Already,
You want to get that?
I'm already fired.
You're not fired.
Before you
just
let everybody
suspended.
in, if we
I was
take
gonna say, they're gonna
items
withhold
out
your
of
pay.
order, are there any people who will be like joining us at 8:30 or 9, thinking they're not on the agenda till then?
I let the later ones know, and who is at the end?
The very last one is Eastway, the Boston
Eastway
Gas.
knows, Pastor knows, 211 Washington does not know, Baker's here. Belmont knows because Jack Sullivan knows. So I think we're good except for 211 Washington Street.
Turning off my various ringers.
So we might leave them toward the end if we're shuffling things. Okay.
This was
This was a little, this new room feels like it became a little bit easier, but John, you can hear us? Are you good?
we are muted, according to that.
Oh, okay. Are we ready to go? Is this, we're unmuted now? Are we ready to go? John, can you hear us?
We got a thumbs up.
I can now.
Okay, yeah, we were muted before.
Okay.
Martha, you have a sign.
You can- Don't, oh. All right, I'll hang on to that. I want to get this one moving along. And then I want to focus my attention on being
What?
the one running the meeting,
Joseph?
which I wasn't
Sure.
expecting to be.
Okay, well, I'm done with this stack, so I'll trade it right back.
Thank you.
Ken,
Mark,
Nobody
quick
wants to
question.
first.
So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to present, should I go up to one of the chairs up
Ian,
here
Ian,
during my,
I think this microphone right here
This
will
one here?
pick, yeah, you sit there.
Okay,
That'll
thank you.
pick you up.
thank you.
Good question.
Yeah.
You heard
Just
the
because
same
of party
thing?
people.
Yeah,
Representative,
so
sit there.
Martha, you're on.
I'm on, okay.
Because I just heard from Anika and she's, might be here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let everyone in right now and,
Feels like you're buying a house.
I know. That's what this reminds me of.
Yeah.
okay.
So this one is done. It's not on there.
This one has all four of us.
All four, it's up here.
Yep, so good. And this will clip them all together when it's all done. Hey, John, I got your sign.
Okay, so let's see.
I'm there in spirit, Joe.
Okay, hello everyone, this is Chuck Teroni, the Conservation Administrator. Consistent with the Governor's order superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law and allowing us to adhere to social distancing requirements during the COVID-19 crisis, this town of Reading Conservation Commission meeting is being held virtually via Zoom for audio and video participation of the Conservation Commissioners, applicants, and their representatives and the public. You can also come down to Town Hall and join the meeting in person tonight. During this meeting, myself or the Vice Chair will unmute commissioners, applicants, and representatives and members of the public as needed. During the Conservation During the commission meeting, the chair and the administrator will be the only ones permitted to share video. These controls are in place to ensure that tonight's meeting is safe and effective. At this time, we will conduct a roll call vote to make sure that everyone is present and can hear. Vice Chair Moore, would you like to do the roll call?
Sure, I'll start with the Zooming members and then move around the table from there. So, John Sullivan,
John Sullivan, member.
okay, Joe,
Joe Carnahan, member.
Brian,
Brian Bowe, member present.
Andrew,
Andrew Driven here, present.
and Martha Moore, vice chair, present.
Thank you, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Also be aware that other folks may be able to see you, and anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All the materials for this meeting are available on the Conservation Division page. And I recommend that the commission members and the public follow the agenda as posted on the Town of Reading webpage unless otherwise noted. However, because tonight's meeting is being conducted remotely, I advise applicants in particular that commissioners cannot discuss or consider documents which are not previously posted. Information may, however, be presented orally. Similarly, members of the public are encouraged to provide written comments, but should understand that not all participants nor the commission members will be able to see any written comments during the course of this meeting. Before we get started on tonight's agenda, I'm going to cover some ground rules for effective, clear conduct of business to ensure accurate meeting minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair or the commission, conservation administrator yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. After commissioners make their remark and the remarks have been addressed by the applicant, the vice chair will afford public comment as follows. Vice chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify themselves by names. Once a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each one and afford them 4 minutes for any comment. The applicant may be requested to respond by the chair or the administrator. After public comment, the chair will once again go down the commissioners and invite each one of them by name to provide any further comment, question, or motion. Please hold off until your name is called. Finally, each vote taken during tonight's meeting will be conducted by roll call. That's what I have. Chair Moore.
Okay.
Chair for tonight.
Thank you. First question, can I have a motion to take the agenda items out of order?
I'll make a motion to do that.
Okay, and do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Let's go in roll call order for whether you approve of that or not. John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Joe?
Joe Carnahan, in favor.
Brian?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andy?
Andrew Driven in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay. And then, do we need to do the meeting dates right at the beginning, or can we put that off till after
You
the
can do it
hearing?
at any time.
Okay. And we also need, Brian, why don't you read the motion at the very top there for us? To get that one taken care of.
The Conservation Commission makes a motion to support the transfer from the state wetland funds into the town revolving fund for financial year '23 in the amount of $2,100.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Oh, Anika?
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Joe Carnahan, in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor. Andrew Driven in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, and we'll put off discussion of the meeting dates till after, so people are not waiting on us. So just don't let me forget to do that. Okay, our first agenda item, we can do them out of order. Is there a suggested order to take them in now?
We should continue 1 and 2 until January 12th, and then take up number 3, Lot A, Main Street.
Okay, so we'll do those three in that order?
Yeah.
Okay, And I need to read that whole blurb,
No, you can just continue 1 and 2, but when we get down to 3, you'll have to
read the whole
read
blurb.
that. All right, let Brian.
Okay. 1310 Main Street is continued until January 12th, 2022 at the applicant's request. 0 Small Lane is continued to January 12th at the applicant's request. Okay. Number 3, Lot A Main Street, next to 1261 Main Street. Continue the public hearing on a notice of intent filed by LLC Frank Lanzillo pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act. The applicant proposes construction of a new single-family dwelling on a vacant lot. New improvements also include a driveway and utilities. All work is within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under Current Project, Assessor's Map 51, Lot 95, next to 1261 Main Street, DEP phone number 270-0749. And you're here for the
I
applicant.
am here. I will remove the mask to, speak into the microphone, but Giovanni Federa, with Federa Engineering, project engineer of the site. So since the last meeting, there was discussion about a couple concerns and recommendations to change the site on how it's been redesigned. Previously, we were showing that there was going to be a wetland impact of about 420 feet that would get infilled and ultimately turned into upland, as well as a replication of about 850 square feet of replication. And so I think that was the biggest change, where we removed the impact to just totally eliminate it. The reason why we had that impact was so that ultimately when the site was stabilized and complete, the house would be located outside of the 35-foot no-build zone. But by not impacting it, we would now request a waiver based on the house location, and it also does have less impact to the wetlands in general. We also did reduce the number of trees that would be removed from 33 healthy trees to now 24 healthy trees that would be removed. So also a reduction.
Are we looking at the right page?
Correct, yeah, C1 is.
Can you just talk up a little bit, because what the web is using are the small ones in front of you.
Like this one?
Oh, that's, okay.
So this microphone's not doing any good?
No,
Okay.
it's for RCTV.
Ah.
But
So-
we have 2 different broadcasts.
Got it.
On sheet C2, that is the sheet where it shows the removals of the tree and the area of wetland replication. The wetland replication is really just an added bonus to the wetlands, just to help, have an overall improvement to the site. But other changes that were done, I know the trees that were previously proposed, they were spaced closer than 20 feet apart. We did now space them over 20 feet to have a healthy growth and canopy over time. The driveway, it was slightly shifted about a foot further from the wetlands, just to have that added improvement to the zone of vegetated, zone of natural vegetation. The building is also shifted, well, not shifted, but it went from a 30-foot wide building to now a 28.5-foot wide building. And that's really to just have less impact to the, to the buffer zone in the wetlands. The entry deck to the border. So there was previously what was proposed is that when you enter into the driveway, on the right side of the house, which is closer to the wetlands, there was a walkway, and then it had a 5 by 5 foot, and now we can go into the sheet C2. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's C3. What was previously proposed was a walkway and then a landing with a roof overhang. The landing would have a 4-foot deep sonotube foundation type of structure, and we wanted to remove that, so it's just now going to be a continuous walkway. It's going to be pervious pavers, and it will have a roof overhang just at the point of entry to the house. So the roof overhang will be cantilevered. It will not have any foundation or structures within the ground. So it's just really for entrance into the house for weather protection. I did also include in this new submittal a operation and maintenance log for the porous pavement for the driveway. The driveway will be proposed to be pervious asphalt, and so there is a operation and maintenance log that has been included in this new submittal. The site plans did include additional construction details associated to the pervious pavers, the porous asphalt, as well as a newly proposed rain garden. The rain garden was located at the low point on the northern side of the driveway where previously there was a catch basin. The catch basin did remain, however, there's now a rain garden that would have perforated under drains within that area. The area of it, of the rain garden, is 200 square feet, and it would help treatment of water, for water quality coming from the north, as well as, if by any chance the pervious driveway did start to, get clogged a little bit, the driveway is now pitched towards the north and to that low point, so it would enter into the rain garden for treatment. Overflow within that system, the rain garden would go through that catch basin, and the outlet pipe is elevated slightly higher than the perforated pipes within the rain garden, so that it has a gravity pitch towards the wetlands. The hedge that's around the zone of natural vegetation, it is clearly defined now, and on the plan it is shown as a red line. It's right at the 25-foot boundary setback from the wetlands, as well as the new replicated wetlands from that setback. The only portion that it will be encountering closer than 25 feet is within the driveway that's about 20 to 30 feet from the garage, where's that rain garden section. And we are seeking variances now. Previously, we did not have variances written in writing, but we did now provide the variances that we're seeking. The first one would be to have the 19-foot zone of natural vegetation as compared to a 25-foot minimum, so the relief would be 6 feet for that variance. The dwelling structure would be 29 feet from the bordering vegetated wetlands as compared to a 35-foot minimum, so the relief would be 6 feet for that variance. And the cantilevered roof overhang, the bylaw does allow a 32-foot minimum, and the cantilever roof overhang, it will be 4 feet cantilevered. It will be 25.7 feet from the bordering vegetated wetlands, and the requested relief would be 6.3 feet for that variance. I know at the previous meeting, there was a discussion or a concern or a question about work within 100 feet from the approximate location of the potential vernal pool, and I did provide documentation within this submittal. There was a document that was provided by Mass Wildlife, and it's labeled Guidelines for Certification of Vernal Pool Habitat. And so I got an excerpt from that document, and in it said, and I read, quote, in order to receive protection through the Wetlands Protection Act, however, certified vernal pools must occur within a jurisdictional wetland resource area. If in a resource area, protection extends to the certified vernal pool itself, as well as to the portions of the 100-foot zone surrounding the certified vernal pool, referred to as vernal pool habitat, that is within a resource area. The Wetlands Protection Act of vernal pool habitat does not extend into the non-jurisdictional upland or the buffer zone of a resource area. And so therefore, the vernal pool habitat is now, 100 feet away in the bordering vegetated wetlands, and then it extends at the boundary of the BVW. And I did show that on this updated plan.
Yeah, I thought you had that marked out. Sure.
Those are the major changes. There were also trees, the number of trees that were replanted. The hedge was more clearly defined, and each shrub is now spaced 6 feet apart. And so there's a replanting of 49 shrubs and 8 trees, which equates to 32 qualifying trees, as compared to the removed number of trees of 24. So there's an increase in the number of tree plantings. And at this point, I believe that is a summary of what has been changed. And
Can you give me the total trees and shrubs that are being planted? Did you just say that?
yeah, so 49 shrubs and 8 trees. That is not including the shrubs that are proposed to be within the rain garden. Rain gardens, in accordance to the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, it is recommended that one shrub should be planted every 50 square feet. So it's a 200 square foot rain garden, and therefore it is proposed to have 4 shrubs within that rain garden itself, which will help treatment.
Thanks.
I'm open to questions, discussion at this point. Thank you.
Anybody want to go first? Maybe I didn't say that loud enough, because
So,
people on the web can't hear me. Anybody want to go first?
So we can consider. Hey, I have a question. Maybe I'll prime everybody with this. So you said that in our regulations, it said that you're allowed to do a cantilever at 32 feet. And I was
Correct.
wondering where that was cited in our regulations.
So in the, I do have it here in section, let's see, zone of natural vegetation. And I can give you the section. Structures and ground depending on, so it says right here,
Since Anika is not in person
10 feet.
here, I'm going to move down to the space I left.
so in section 3.D.4 of the zone of natural vegetation, it says associated, and this is, regarding structures, to stay 10 feet away from the zone of natural vegetation. It says associated structures, including but not limited to the following: cantilevered structures, bay windows, eaves, and garrisons, or other overhangs may protrude no closer than 7 feet from the zone of natural vegetation. That would make it 32 feet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did me. This way, if somebody wants to sit there, they'll be closer to the web microphone. All right, when they're talking. Okay.
So I think, I don't know if there's any other questions. Anika, do you have anything on this? Just want to make sure John and Anika are participating, can hear us.
Thank you. I appreciate him just jumping in for John. I hope that's okay, John. So, the main revision, just to summarize what I see going on, the main revision to the plan from the last time we talked, we had a hearing on this. It looks like the house is sort of pulled even farther away, about as far away from the wetlands as it can. The dimensions of it changed, so it wasn't quite as wide. And, this is a challenging lot to develop. The trees and the shrub plantings seem to be adequate, keeping that building out of the 100-foot vernal pool. That's a good thing. Quick, just follow up to make sure I understand. Is any of the roof runoff getting infiltrated, or is it? I think you had infiltration plans in your application, so just please remind me, if you would, where the infiltration basin is going.
The infiltration basin, so all roof runoff will be directed to the infiltration basin. It is a 3-chamber, and it is shown on the plan.
Chuck, top center of your screen.
So it's in this southeastern
Oh, I see it.
southeastern portion
Yep.
of the
Yeah, it's the only place it can go.
yeah.
It is right there.
Oh, okay, because I'm looking right now on the plans on the Town of Reading website. And I didn't see this detail on Europe, so that's why I was asking.
Okay.
And you said that's gonna capture just about all the roof runoff?
Correct.
Okay, and at the bottom of the deck, so the stairs go down, in the back of the house, is there gonna be some pavers or, any sort of, patio stone down at the bottom of that?
It'll be a grassed backyard. It's a small yard for what they have between the zone of natural vegetation. It will be maintained. So the plan is to have a grassed yard.
Okay, but to kind of keep the bottom of the stairs from getting all muddy and stuff like that, sometimes people put down, like a concrete pad, or something small. I know that might sound like a strange detail to add to this, but I think it's important to know if there's any idea of a small patio or anything at the bottom of those stairs. Also, is there, I can't recall if there's a full basement or not.
So that is in discussion with the architect. The architect does not want to, get close to the seasonal high water table. The seasonal high water table is 198. It was a little bit less than 199, a few inches less than 199. They do not want to encounter that. If there is a basement, it'll be maybe at about, elevation 200 or 201, where then, coming from the entrance on the south side of the house, you would enter taking stairs up to the first floor, essentially, is what would happen.
Okay, the reason I ask about the basement is sometimes, there's a walkout from the basement and just, if there's a chance you're gonna have a basement, it would be good to roughly indicate in that eventuality where the walkout would be.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some of my high-level comments.
Are you done, Anika? I guess she is. Okay, John, did you have any comments?
Just wondering, do we have a number of, like, the square footage of structure that's proposed to be built within the 35-foot zone?
Yes. Let me find it, so... 35 foot. If you just bear with me, I can find that. So...
No problem.
12 feet. So approximately... So the structure will be 29 feet away from the bordering vegetated wetland, and approximately 250 square feet will be within the 35-foot setback.
Okay. And do we have that same number for the driveway within the 35 and the 25?
The driveway is, I can find that number. 147 square feet of driveway will be within the 25-foot setback. 147 square feet.
Okay. And do you have that for the 35-foot setback with the driveway?
I do not have that offhand.
Okay.
That is something I can get later.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that's all we need for now.
All right, Joe, any comments?
So I'm actually switching back and forth between the November and December versions to make sure I understand the changes. And along the lines of John's question, I'm trying to, not a well-formed question, but hopefully the idea is just clear, to compare the amount of wetlands being created with the amount of wetland that is within 25 and 35 feet of the driveway in its current position. I'm sure that's not a number that you computed in advance. So it does look like probably for 25 that's more than 2 to 1, and for 35 it's probably less than or equal to 1 to 1, I'm guessing. Yeah, that wasn't a question, just a comment, really.
Oh.
Unless that is a calculation that you've already done, but I'm guessing you probably haven't. All right. I don't think I have any other questions right now.
Brian?
I have one area of question, which is on the replicated wetlands. What's your plan for monitoring the success of the replication over time?
So it will be monitored with a, wetland scientist or a biologist, and it is explained in here. But it'll be monitored by a certified wetland scientist or biologist.
Who's responsible for ensuring that it actually happens?
That will be the developer's responsibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason I ask, because, there's a study by UMass, I forget the authors. They studied 50-ish projects around the state, and it's only about 50% success. So it doesn't mean this one's gonna fail, but it's 50/50. So when we get the order of conditions, what have you, we have to have something that looks at the success after a year, 2 years, whatever, and then has something in it for how that will be addressed if it isn't successful. Right, so I just wonder what your plan was. I think it's more something when we get to the order of conditions that should be noted.
Right, so usually with replication areas, we ask for a 3-year, 100% survivability. And then it's been suggested by the commission that sometimes that it was 80% at the end of that. So when we get to that point, the commission will decide whether they want 100% at the end of 3 years, and then whatever die-off happens after that, will probably take up the 20%, or they'll allow that 20%. So it'll be up to you.
So it's measuring success based on the success of the vegetation. It's not worried about wildlife or anything else, which is another way you can.
That's how they base it, yeah.
I mean, that's-
In that area, it will be removed of all topsoil that has been contaminated with invasive species and plant seeds from those plants. So it'll be removed and, hauled off at an approved off-site facility.
So bring in amended soil for that area.
Correct.
Okay, that was the only area of concern I had.
I know you're new, Andy, but any questions?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you may have discussed some of these things, but how long is the driveway right now?
The driveway is about 115, 120 feet away. It's deep, yeah. We did look into having the house closer to Main Street, and it just had a larger impact to wetlands. It was significantly larger.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm wondering, because you guys have been looking at this for a couple months now, but it seems like if you were to pull the house up forward, it gives you more opportunity in the back to do more landscape improvements to potentially. I mean, you're already going within the 25 and 30 foot zone, so if you pull it up and reduce the amount of driveway, then you open up a whole bunch of space in the back. This may be too late, since you guys may have already settled on this spot for the house. It is a challenging site, and I haven't thought it through, but just my impression is it seems like a large driveway for such a, when you could pull it closer and then take advantage of that space in the back to create a yard for the home and also to create more wetland reconstruction.
That big curve is, the wetland is between the house and the road. So anything you pull the house closer to the road, you're impacting that curve of wetland. That's the,
Is there topography there?
yeah.
With apologies to anyone on Zoom and RCTV, you can't see me pointing at the screen, but for Andy's benefit, this is the wetland line.
Yeah.
So you can see that the wetland line comes, awfully close to the property here. And so the idea presumably is to develop the dry land or drier land up here. Because it would be even tighter to try to squeeze something that.
It would be.
And, yeah. Any other questions that you need to understand this project?
See, and we did look at that option, and so it would heavily require impact of wetlands and then replication. And so we decided that, we would not have impact in this case. We would seek the variance and still, in addition to, create more replicated wetlands.
Yeah. And I do appreciate that you've reduced the amount of destroyed wetlands that needed to be replicated compared to the previous versions. So
Absolutely.
that's a big improvement.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions you have, Ann?
No.
All right. I have one question. You have these 3 things that you need a variance for, and I haven't seen very many variances come past us, but it does seem like there's often something that the applicant is offering in exchange for the variance, like the house on Haverhill Street that donated a big chunk of conservation land to the town. Is there anything that you're thinking about that would sort of sweeten the pot for getting the variance?
The applicant would be more than happy. It's a large parcel. It's about 66,000 square feet. There's upland in the rear, as well as the wetlands that are to the south. The applicant is more than happy to donate land for conservation purposes.
Martha has the big paper.
I have the big paper.
Are you
Looking
thinking
for a plot
actual
plan.
donation of the land or conservation restriction?
If the commissioners feel that they would,
Open for discussion.
open for discussion.
So this is the whole plot.
Correct.
So you're talking about this back part is the part that you're talking could be conservation restriction or donation or something?
Absolutely, as well as, there's a large portion of wetlands right on the southern portion of the parcel as well.
Or here,
Yeah.
okay.
As long as the parcel remains in conformance with zoning bylaws, happy to, donate.
Okay. And just one other thing that bugs me every time I drive up and down Main Street is that really big tree. It might be T45, or it might be near where it says relocate utility pole. I'm not sure where it is, but it's somewhere along your frontage that has a whole pile of what must be ant or termite frass on the street side, right in front of that big tree. And I think that tree is not healthy and is probably going to be not on your property necessarily, but going to be an issue along the way. So I want you to be aware of it.
Okay.
I think it's T45, right behind that utility pole. Not
Are you-
the relocate one, but at the corner.
Are you looking at the sheet C2?
C1,
C1.
right near the southern boundary of the property.
Yes.
There's a telephone pole and a tree T45.
Yes.
And when you drive down the street, there's an orange sign, somebody stuck on the tree or the telephone pole, forget which. But if you look at that tree, it's got a giant rotten hole and all sorts of pile of brown stuff coming out of the tree.
It's been infected.
I think it's probably rotten and the ants are having a great time inside there. So,
Okay.
it looks good, 45-inch tree on the plot plan, but, it's something to be aware of. And I don't know if it's your responsibility because it's outside, it's in that buffer between the street and the property boundary.
Maybe between us and the state,
That-
and through 28.
Right, yeah, it's not the responsibility of the town tree warden, but it worries me, because I think next time we have a big storm, it could come down across Main Street. So, when you're having people looking at trees, keep an eye on that one. Chuck, did you have any things that we need to talk about?
Well, I was gonna bring up the variance. I like that, that was brought up, and I was looking to see if you sent us the variance request. You said you had written one up?
It is in the opening letter.
It's in the letter.
It's in the letter on page 2.
I think a little of this confusion is that, we didn't receive the information, and the commission really just got it earlier today.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah, that needs to stop.
Page 201.
And you've met the tree policy with this, you have?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess the only other question I had was this area that's right here. Right, that can't be moved, you can't shift the driveway over So you're out of at least the 25-foot area?
Yeah, because if we, it would be a pinch point.
Was that looked at?
It would be a pinch point if we narrowed it down, because it goes from 16 feet wide to gradually going to about 20 feet wide, just to satisfy a two-car garage. It looks like it would probably narrow down to about 10 feet, maybe a little more, maybe 12, so.
Is there a minimum width required for a driveway other than one car lane wide?
So MassDOT standards for a curb cut off Route 28 is 16 feet wide.
Okay.
And so we were just trying to maintain that 16 feet. You know, didn't want to have it make a pinch point within the driveway.
The other relevant issue here is that the, like, what little space there is on the property at that pinch point on to the left of the driveway is currently the rain garden.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do recall from earlier discussions the concern about the drainage from the properties there.
On Nelson Ave.
On Nelson, and making sure that that was not, you know, so the, you know, I appreciate the rain garden and the, you know, drain there, you know, as a way to potentially address that issue so that we don't, you know, it doesn't have negatively impact those, the water situation in the yards on Nelson. But, yeah.
And it looks to me like you've moved the turnout that used to be near where the rain garden is and moved that down to closer to Main Street so that people aren't trying to back out onto Main Street.
Correct.
So you have reduced the driveway width up there, but it still is, that is the place where the wetland gets closest to the property boundary. Okay.
One way or another, someone's driving backwards a long way. But
Yep.
Yeah.
we've already
Yeah.
discussed driveway length, that's not the.
Yeah.
Might be a good idea to ask abutters.
That's what I was just gonna go for. Are there any abutters in the room that have anything they wanna say? Are there any abutters on Zoom that want to, or general public on Zoom that wanna say something?
And if
Scott
you-
Berger has his hand raised.
Yeah, and if you don't know, what you want to do is go to reactions and use the raise hand function. And I'll let Scott Berger in right now. And let's see, Scott. I lost him. There he is.
Let's hand back up.
All right, got it.
Sorry, I had my own, I thought you had me muted, and I just noticed that my own one mute was on, sorry.
There you go, you're all set.
All right, so I kind of had prepared questions, which, I'm the abutter on Nelson, 1301 Main Street, on the corner lot there of Nelson, officially a Main Street. So I had questions about trees, but I see that has been updated, and I was trying to follow along with, you know, the changes to what trees were coming down and what trees and shrubs were being added. Mostly our concerns are about the trees along the property line. On the previous plan, it didn't seem like all of them were accounted for. So we have questions about that, but now I see there's a new plan that I'll have to review, so I might have this question again. But to get to the point, you know, with these current trees, you know, and I think Martha made some of this for the impacts to the root system, you know, what impact do we see? Like, we'd like to leave as many border trees as possible, which ties into the question. I think you're also putting a fence up. I think the plan includes a fence. I'm curious, you know, what the size and nature of that fence would be. if that's been determined, what it's made out of, if abutters, there's 3 properties on Nelson along this, do we have any say in what the appearance would be? And I had a question about the catch basin, now I see that's changed also, so I don't know if it needs to be explained again, because it looks like it's different. But it kind of, that north border questions about what trees are staying and going, and are we sure the plot plan accounts for all of them? Because I'm not sure they are.
So all the trees that are 6 inches in caliper or greater are the ones that are shown on the plan. Trees that are, 4 inches less or 5, it's not shown on the plan. However, the trees that are shown, the only tree that will remain is that 24-inch tree that's located pretty much right at the corner of your parcel, right between Route 28 and the subject parcel. The other trees, the 34-inch, 17-inch, 20-inch, that clump of trees will be removed for location of the driveway. The driveway was really, we had to shift it out and further away from the wetlands as much as possible. We found that it had to be done. There is replanting of a red maple that will be between the driveway and your parcel, and it'll be on the it'll be west of the rain garden. So red maples, they, naturally at their mature height and width, they can get to, 50 to 60 feet in height and width. So there is.
Well, we can look at these later. There is a tree I think you missed. It's a substantial size, and it's just to just to the east of the clump of 3 trees. I didn't see it on your map, on your plan, as either being marked for removal or existing on the previous plan.
So sheet C2, I think we should refer to in this case. So if you zoom in, right at the, about halfway up the driveway, there's that clump of, the red dots right now. And in that clump, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 trees ranging from 17 inches to 34 inches in caliper. There is another 17-inch tree just east of that. So it might not look like it's accounted for, but because they're so close together, you may have, it's easily to be missed. But all the trees.
There is another one on the north side. Sorry, this is Scott Berger's wife who's also listening in. There's another tree on the north side that's further north that is a large oak that I don't believe is accounted for. I just wanted to make sure, because that one runs closest to our property.
Yeah, I count 6 trees and I see 5.
Well, we just stare at this all day long, so we're pretty familiar with the trees that are there. It definitely seems to be one of significant size that's not accounted for. So if we could double check that, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
I guess that's my last question is kind of it's about the placement of the driveway in the house. And I know this has been talked about a lot, and the term variance has been mentioned. And I guess just as somebody who's not in a lot of these meetings and doesn't see a lot of the projects, I question, how it's allowed. Like, it just seems like, here's the line of where you shouldn't build, and the plan is clearly right on the line. So I question that.
Starting here.
Well, zoning, that's a zoning question, but
Okay.
there's a setback for side, back, front yard setback, and there's a line, and you can build right up to the line. You can also pave your entire property if it wasn't in the wetland. So there's no zoning for pavement. So this has been kept away from the property line. The house has been kept away from the property line because of zoning setbacks, but the driveway may be a combination of where the house had to be set, but also trying to stay away from, I mean, I guess I'm answering your question, Giovanni, but trying to stay away from the neighbors as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
No, I appreciate that. I kind of figured it was more of a question for you, actually. Just wondering, so can the driveway be skinnier? Is there like a minimum width the driveway needs to be? Is it possible to shrink that?
So MassDOT requirements is a 16-foot wide driveway width, right coming off a state highway. And so we just kept that 16-foot continuous.
All right, thank you.
And I just have one thought, comparing the original plan, which I thought of it because of Scott Berger's comments. It used to have a whole row of arborvitae shading the view of one house from another.
Mm-hmm.
And is it because you had to move the house so close to that side that the arborvitae are now on the wetland side and not between the two houses?
Well, after looking into the types of trees that were there, arborvitaes are good for, maybe 10 feet in height. But if a house is at, 25 feet on the second level, you're not really getting any separation. So I figured, a red maple tree, once it starts to grow to its mature height, it's definitely much better separation and privacy.
Okay, so the arborvitaes have been replaced with more substantial trees?
Yes.
Okay, except for in the winter, they won't have any leaves.
True.
Okay, all right. I don't see any more questions from the public. Are there any further questions or comments from the commission? And
I have a question just before we move on, because it's been brought up a couple of times. The driveway can be narrowed, the curb cut off the street has to be 16 feet. Once you get into the lot, you can follow the contour, and you could potentially, I don't know, move the rain garden to the site where you're cutting into the 25-foot natural vegetation zone. So rather than paving that little section, it sounded like the pavement was already sloped towards that direction anyhow. So can you
See,
work with the landscape a little bit more rather than just having this 16-foot wide driveway the whole length of it? So that's my question for you.
Mm-hmm. See, if the driveway was narrowed and,
Curves out.
if it did stay out the 25-foot buffer, then, realistically, so the whole point is, when you have the garage, being able to fit a car of, 20 feet spacing between, the front of the garage it's desirable to have a car, right in the front and in the garage. And so the 25-foot buffer, it wouldn't have that 20-foot spacing for a car to be sitting in front of a garage.
Again, it's tight, but I mean, you're asking for the variance for just like that driveway segment that's in the 25-foot zone, and it's not clear to me that why you put the rain garden on the other side and not flip it around and just push the driveway out. You may not be 16 feet, but if you just kind of curve around that line, you might be able to still get a pretty decent width of driveway. It doesn't have to get down to 10 or 12 feet, but you're getting closer to the lot line, but I think that's okay.
John? Joe?
Third time's the charm.
That one.
Yeah, so this is actually his context from previous discussions here, where there was a concern before that, right now, of course, there's no structure at all between those yards there and the wetland, and there's concern about, any driveway I know is supposed to be pervious pavers. I'm guessing that's still not as pervious as it is right now. So the concern that would have an adverse impact on the neighbors. And so, like, earlier versions had a catch basin without a rain garden and a drain underneath, but this now has, yes, the rain garden and the catch basin. But the idea is to try to give water some way to get to the other side of the driveway. Ideally in a
It
way.
seems like it's more complicated than it needs to be.
Possibly.
But, getting back to Scott's question, my understanding, he's asking, the site as proposed is building within the 25 and 35 foot zone. He's asking, how is that possible? And the answer is, it can't unless he gets a variance, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the answer.
Because I'm new, so I just want
Yes.
to make sure all our assumptions are on the table.
Right. Yeah, the only way this can be built is if we grant a variance.
Okay.
Joe?
Since I assume eventually this will, so I was Googling driveway widths and finding, confirmation of that MassDOT has a guidance for 16 feet of pavement and 18 feet of clear space, and mentioning specifically that there may be a concern from the fire department if that's not, like, if we try to fudge that, because they want to be able to get, heaven forbid, but they might want to be able to get a fire truck down that driveway at some point. So that's another concern, unfortunately.
All right. So,
What I'm
Not the first time that we've had a
suggesting,
disagreement with the fire department about how wide pavement should be. But,
What I'm suggesting though is moving the rain garden to the other side, and you can still probably get a 16-foot wide driveway. It's just not going to be straight.
the point of the rain garden is to treat the water before it goes in the pipe that leads to the wetland.
It
So
still would work
there-
that way
Yeah.
if it's sloped towards the rain garden, which it will be. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty easy thing to do, but I don't know.
Chuck, do you have a thought on that?
Sure, yeah, I think Andy is talking about just having the catch basin on the north side of the driveway, and then having the discharge outfall spill into a rain garden with a, like with a level spreader to discharge into the wetland.
And curving the driveway a little bit to get it further away from the 25-foot line.
So accept the water, but clean it on the other side of the driveway.
So I do understand that, and the rain garden, the bottom bed should stay out of the seasonal high water table. And so the way that it's designed right now is that it's just a few inches above the seasonal high water table, and so it's not expected to exfiltrate just as much as it can. It's just more for treatment, and so putting it onto the southern side of the driveway, I think we would encounter more seasonal high water table, and so raising it up would be, it would, keeping it 3 to 1 slope, 3 to 1 pitch away from the wetlands, we would need to have, an open space that's at about elevation, 203. And so between a rain garden and the sloped along the wetlands, it's general practice to have a good 5 foot of just like a berm, a separation berm, and so I'm afraid that it would not, we probably wouldn't be able to fit it. It'd be really narrow if it was fit, and that's,
Okay. All right, so just because we're an hour into the meeting already. Chuck, if we're going to be considering granting a variance and the applicant is willing to consider something in recompense using the back part of the property, do we then have to continue the hearing in order to sort that out? Or
I
can
think
we
there's a
close
couple-
the hearing and then,
There's a couple options, a couple things to consider. First off, you only received the material tonight, so you might ask the members if they feel like they've reviewed it enough to make a decision.
Mhm.
And then if they have, then you could close the hearing and see if someone wants to issue, or you could just close the hearing and talk about it at the next meeting after you've reviewed the material.
okay.
But if you close the hearing, you're not going to be able to get any more input from the abutters or from the applicant.
Okay. But how does the negotiating for the variance and the mitigation part of the variance work?
So you just have to accept the variance or not.
Mhm.
You can tell them, you can say something like, that's already wetland. It's basically unbuildable and protected in its own right, so it doesn't really help. It's, it's doubly protected, and so it's really, doesn't have a lot of, it doesn't give a lot more than it already has. The CR is nice, but for the same reasons, it's not going to be, it's not a buildable lot that they're giving away.
CR, conservation restriction.
Thank you.
So, those are the things you want to look at. I mean, with the developer, they need to give they have to give something for the good of the community. The CR would qualify, but I just kind of tarnished it up a little bit, saying that this whole area is a wetland area. And what was your other question?
Well, he did say there's some upland at the back. It's not all wetland, but it certainly is not really able to put a second house back there, for sure.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
so
something
that-
that you would have to consider. It's tough to, at this point, that's something that the commission might want to look at, but it, at the meeting, may not be the best.
Right. So I guess that was my question is, how does, if there's a variance granted and we're looking for some sort of mitigation or thing for the good of the community, does that get negotiated outside the public hearing or
It's not
inside
really
the
a
public hearing?
negotiation.
Okay.
They're going to fill out the variance request, and they're going to offer something, and you're going to decide whether it qualifies or not.
Okay,
That's-
so they
you
make a
can't
variance
suggest
request
anything else.
and they put an offer in the request. And we haven't received that yet.
Well, we did, but you received it this afternoon, close to the meeting, so no one's really reviewed it.
But the thing that I read on the email that I got this afternoon specified 6 feet, 6 feet, 6 feet for these three things, but it didn't say whether they were offering anything in return. I didn't see any offer on the table. Was there an offer on the table?
No, and we're happy to, offer donating land.
Yeah, so you have, I would say that you have to fill out the variance so the commission can review it and decide whether it qualifies or they want to accept it or not.
Okay.
So it sounds like we should continue the hearing.
Yes.
I think you should not close the hearing for sure,
Okay.
because we want to still talk to the applicant.
Right.
Right?
Yep. So maybe we can
Just continue. yeah.
continue the hearing and move on to our next applicant today so that we're not sitting here forever.
Giovanni, would you like to continue to January 12th?
That works, yes.
We need a motion.
I will move to continue the hearing on Lot A Main Street next to 1261 Main Street to our next meeting on January 12th.
I will second that.
Okay, John?
John Sullivan in favor?
Anita Scanlon in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, number 4 is continued until January 12th.
So should I just say that nice and loud for the cameras?
Yeah, and number 5.
Okay, 56 Gray Coach Road is continued to January 12th, 2022. And 51 Sanborn Lane is continued to January 12th, 2022. 48 Azalea Circle is next in line. Do we want to take that in order?
Yes, and after Azalea Circle, if we can remember, I just don't want to remember, there's a 8 Strawberry Hill as an extension request that we have to process tonight, because at our next meeting, the order of conditions will be already closed. So let's not forget that, it needs to just get on there.
Okay, I'm writing it right now. Okay, 48 Azalea Circle, open the public hearing on a request for a minor plan change filed by, Jody Ghosh under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, to convert the approved single-family home with an accessory apartment to a single-family home. Build a 22 by 24-foot two-car garage in the same location as the two-car parking area with pervious pavers to mitigate any additional stormwater issues. Over 17 square feet of pavement will be removed. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under Current Projects, Assessors Map 23, Lot 125 and 126, DEP file number 270-0709. Jack, are you here to present that?
I am.
Can I interrupt just for a second?
Yep.
I just want to make a note that Kyle Ciccone, a member of the Conservation Commission, has just joined the meeting.
Oh, good.
Okay, Jack.
Great,
All right.
thank you. For the record, Jack Sullivan of the Sullivan Engineering Group. And I believe we came before you at your last meeting, but we had not submitted the plans in time. So we wanted to give the commission enough time to review the changes that were made. But I can highlight some of the changes made to the plan. There were basically 3, and they were the 3 concerns of the commission at the last meeting. First, there was an existing drainage infiltration field towards the front of the property, right in front of the proposed house. It was previously shown as 2 units, and I had to demonstrate that those were sufficient to store the half-inch rain event, and they were, but since we had the room, we increased the number of drainage units from 2 units to 4 units, and I provided a drainage calculation on the plan showing that it supports the roof, the area of the roof runoff that will feed these 4 units, and it's well oversized. Secondly, in removing the paved driveway that previously would run around the side of the house to the back and creating that as green space, we were able to save 4 additional trees that were previously were going to be removed. The 4 trees, there'll be a 34-inch oak, an 8-inch oak, a 24-inch oak, and a 6-inch maple that now will be saved. And then I believe Chuck and maybe a few of the other members had questions on the foundation plan and where the walkout basement would be for this project. And the walkout basement is going to lead right out to the pervious patio to the rear of the property, and there'll be a retaining wall surrounding this patio, so there'll be no direct access towards the wetland side. I think the concern with the commission, if there'd be a walkout and it would encourage activity within the 35-foot no structure and the 25-foot no disturbance zone, there'll be no such activity over that side. There will be a set of steps leading from the patio up to the grassed area that formerly was where the paved driveway would be. So I think all 3 of the improvements, yep, where Chuck just
Wanted to make sure.
Yep, right where, that's where the, previously that was going to be parking for vehicles. We're converting it to just a patio, pervious paved patio with steps up to now a grassed area. And that highlighted area on the side of the house was previously all pavement, now it will be grassed. So those were the 3 major changes, and I'll turn it over to the commission to see if they feel this is a minor modification and if they're okay with the changes we made. Thank you.
Can we start with Anika?
Hi, thanks. I'm okay with modifications. I'm also okay with minor plan change. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Thanks.
Okay, John?
I think I agree with Anika.
Carl?
Yeah, I have no questions.
Joe?
This is suspiciously like a vote because I also have no further questions.
Brian?
I got no questions.
Andy?
No questions. No.
Okay, and I asked all my questions before and they've been answered. So, anybody from the public on the Zoom call? Anybody in the room? Oh, we can get through this one quickly then.
I don't see anyone.
Okay.
from the public. Maybe it should be noted again that if you need to raise your hand, go to reactions and use the raise hand function.
All right. Okay, so are we, should I accept a motion
Yes.
for approving this as a minor plan change? Is that what we're looking for?
So, you could do it in two stages. You could vote that you'll accept this as a minor plan change, and then you can accept the minor plan change.
And do we need to
Or
close the
someone-
mean at any
someone could
point in
just
this?
do both of them
We
together.
probably do need to close the hearing, so.
Do we
How
close the
fast can we do
hearing?
3 votes?
Okay.
Yeah, I would say it's, yes.
Okay. All right, a motion.
Easiest way to
Let's just do it,
yes.
let's just do it.
Motion.
Pretty quick, yeah.
All right, move to close the hearing on 48 Daily Circle.
I'll second.
John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Carl?
Oh, mine's second on the order. Carl Sacconi in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, next motion. Oh, that passed. Next motion to,
So move to accept the proposed changes to the plans at 48 Daily Circle, or to the order of conditions at 48 Daily Circle as a minor plan change.
Seconded.
John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Carl Sacconi in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Do we need any more votes?
Just to accept it,
And then-
accept the changes.
All right.
Okay.
Motion to accept the proposed minor plan change for the order of conditions for 48 Daily Circle.
Seconded.
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Carl Sacconi in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
Thank you very much.
Jack.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I am told that there is a issue with 8 Strawberry Hill Lane that needs an extension.
You want to do that now?
Let's just do that now before I forget.
Ms. Scanlon, please consider, this is a letter I received from Phil St. Pierre. Ms. Scanlon, please consider the request for the deadline and extension of the order of condition 270-0710. We have incurred numerous cost supplies and labor issues during the COVID pandemic. The order of condition item SC allows for an extension of up to 3 years. We would like to we would appreciate the maximum length. So the St. Pierre's at 8 Strawberry Hill Lane are requesting a 3-year extension of their order of conditions. And just to give you a little background, this was for a pool, fence, and an addition. They have almost completed the pool, the fence, they've put in a shed, and the addition has not been touched. It's still as it was when it came to us as an order, as a notice of intent. So this will give them 3 years to think about it, and the only requirement, and they know this, is that we'd like to have notification when they start that project.
Okay.
So I would recommend that the commission extend this for 3 years.
Can I have a motion?
Do I have a
I'd
turn?
like to make a motion to extend this order of condition for the next 3 years.
I'll second that.
John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Anika Scanlon in favor.
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Gibbon in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, granted. All right, do you have a recommendation what order we want to take the next things in?
Let's go right to, so we've worked all through, we're at 7 now, so let's take 7, Matt Byrne, and for Camp Curtis Guild, the vegetation management.
Okay.
So Matt, are you there and online?
Good evening, yes, I'm here.
Sure, Matt. Is there anyone else here with you that we need to let in?
Erin Hilly, I did see earlier, she appears to be with us. She is the applicant.
Okay, that's happened. Anyone else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right, thank you, Matt. Do you want to?
I need to read it out loud. 28 Haverhill Street, Camp Curtis Guild, opened the public hearing for a notice of intent filed by Jacob McCumber, Mass Army National Guard, under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for a 5-year invasive plant management plan, include the application of herbicides within wetland resource areas and buffer zones. Resources include BVW, vernal pool, and NHESP designated priority estimated habitats for rare species. All the work is in resources areas or within the 100-foot buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under Current Projects. Assessors Map 30, Lot 20, DEP file number 270-0746. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you tonight. Can I share my screen?
You sure can.
Great. I'm hoping this is going to work. Great.
Yep.
Do you see that?
Well, it's not yet, but we can see that it's starting.
Okay, good. While it starts, my name is Matt Byrne. I'm a senior ecologist with the BSC group.
Now we're seeing it.
Oh, good. I'm here representing the Massachusetts Army Reserve National Guard, presenting a notice of intent for the Camp Curtis Guild 5-year invasive plant adaptive management plan. We're presenting this project as an ecological restoration project pursuant to 310 CMR 10.53 Section 4. The project meets the definition of ecological restoration at 310 CMR 10.04. We did submit this, and it was published in the Environmental Monitor. It was submitted on 9/13 of this year. And the plan was developed in close coordination with the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program because of the number of rare species and significant natural communities that are located up on Camp Curtis Guild. So as you're probably all familiar with the site, it's a 702-acre facility covering 4 towns, Reading, North Reading, Lynnfield, and Wakefield. The facility is outlined on the USGS topographic map here in red, the Reading portion of it. That covers about 290 acres in Reading. Approximately 120 acres of the Reading portion of Camp Curtis is wetland, and that includes over 20 vernal pools and approximately 73 acres of buffer zone. Most of it is the Atlantic white cedar, which is a significant natural community, and rich red maple swamp, which is also a significant natural community. BSC has conducted a thorough inventory of wetlands and sensitive natural communities on the site. Just to run through relatively quickly here, this is an environmental resources map showing the northern third of the site. Most of it is covered in cedar swamp. As we move southward, we have plenty of bordering vegetated wetland, rich red maple swamp, and vernal pools. You'll see the Reading Rifle Club to the left there. And then at the southern end of the facility is where most of the activity of the base occurs. All the infrastructure is down in that region. There is also red maple swamp and additional wetlands and vernal pools and stream habitat. Camp Curtis is pretty heavily impacted by invasive species. There's an awful lot of species and an awful lot of coverage of invasives. And this diminishes the habitat value for rare species and for these, it threatens these significant natural communities. And so the National Guard is interested in working to improve that condition by working to manage invasive plants. They're proposing to conduct invasive plant management, including the mechanical removal of invasive plants and herbicide applications as part of a 5-year-long adaptive management plan. The goal of the management plan is to restore wetlands and buffer zones, to provide, improved biodiversity support. The Camp Curtis is divided into 3 management zones: a priority management zone, which are these priority natural communities and vernal pools. That's the darker red areas on the map that I'm showing. A secondary management zone, which is primarily upland habitat that's significant to a variety of state-listed species that are specific to SCO. And then finally a vigilance zone in the southernmost portion of the site, where there's an awful lot of invasive plants. And management here is going to be focused on really looking for new invasive plants and trying to prevent establishment and spread of new infestations in the vigilance area. The general strategy underlying the adaptive management plan is to prioritize targeting invasive plants before they become established, to minimize habitat disturbance during the invasive management work, using hand pulling where appropriate, and where species that are being treated don't have the risk of leaving root fragments that will pop back up, and then selective herbicide application for woody species and some trees that don't respond to other types of management. The goal always is to minimize herbicide use and to use application very selectively. Cut and paint is a priority use. Spot treatments where necessary, and low pressure, close proximity spraying when called for. The idea is to do the work and monitor the results, to adapt the approaches and locations that work is being done throughout the 5-year plan period, to improve the results over time. This is a list of all the species that we have in the Redding section of Camp Curtis Guild. The most problematic ones are the Phragmites, common reed, covering 6.2 acres of the facility, and then glossy buckthorn, which covers 32 acres, primarily in the Atlantic white cedar swamp. That's a very high priority area to manage to protect that rather rare wetland community type. In concert with the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program, we've worked out a fairly comprehensive time of year restriction program for work to reduce the likelihood of impacting especially vernal pool dependent wildlife, and also rare plants that would be best managed selectively throughout the year. That's the grand scheme. We had 4 members of the commission out on site for a site visit on November 13th. We had a good discussion out there. I think we tabled a lot of questions. So I think it's probably a good time to sort of open it up to your questions and see where where we stand. I can stop sharing my screen, or I can leave it up to refer to maps as appropriate, however you'd like to proceed.
What do you think?
I'm all set, no, I don't need any maps. Does anyone need the maps to? Nope.
I actually do have one thing that the map may be helpful for.
Okay.
Did we lose it?
Okay,
All right.
let's see.
If you go back to the map closest to the entrance,
Yes, okay.
and then after my question, then if nobody else needs the map, we can stop sharing screen. When we were out there on the site visit, we walked along the edge of the wetland very close to Haverhill Street and off of the, probably that area where the cursor is around, something like that. We saw there was a dirt road that led a little ways into the woods from the open space, and then at the end of the dirt road, there was a big pile of leaves, as if someone had been driving in and out with a dump truck dumping the yard waste in there. And the pile of leaves was right at the border of the wetland. And I'm concerned that that practice will undermine your efforts to get rid of the invasive species, because they're clearly taking them from this area that's badly infested and putting them right at the edge of the wetland. So I'd like to see a new location for that composting activity that is not deep in the woods, not next to the wetland, but maybe a contained berm of compost somewhere in the open space where it's not impacting deeper into the facility and it's not impacting the wetland. So.
Okay, I will certainly bring that up with the applicant. I wasn't, I think I had left at that point of the site visit, so I didn't see that myself.
Right, but Erin was there, so she would know where it is.
Great.
This is Erin. I'm unmuted, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's been something that has been on our monitor as far as the natural resources program that I work with. So why don't I bring that up at work and try to move that up the chain of command and see what we can do. I don't know how relative it really is to this application, but it is something I agree that should be moved. And I don't know how you want to deal with that, perhaps outside of this, but I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Can I intrude for a second?
Sure.
On that point, one of the areas you might consider is that big field where the snow gets dumped in the wintertime. Obviously, trucks can get to it. It's a big open space and it's further away from the resource itself. So, I mean, the place to consider. It's up to you guys.
I might disagree with that, but certainly to consider. I mean, I would tend to think that keeping that material closer to where it's coming from, which is the cantonment area where all the development is, would make more sense because of all the invasive plants. There are certainly a wider variety of species down in that area.
Yep,
so
that's a valid point.
All right, so any conservation members with questions? Start with, sure, Anika.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there in the room today. I didn't find it in the application. I just want to follow up. Were you able to obtain a determination from Natural Heritage to get a determination that the project will not have an adverse long-term or short-term impact, or was there natural heritage management plan in the NOI?
We included the letter from the Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program in the application. Their finding of no that we didn't need to file under MISA. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find it here while we speak, but yeah, we did include that in the filing. Oh, there it is, page 31 of the filing, dated September 8th, 2021. They hereby approve the submitted management plan, and it is exempt from MISA review.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Is that it?
That's one of my main questions. Yeah, that's one of my main questions. I thought, I thoroughly enjoyed getting out there and being able to see these resource areas, looking up and seeing the wide extent of invasive impacts out there. It's a daunting challenge. I'm glad you're taking it on. I'm glad you've got a plan and a long-term goal, because it's a marathon and it's not a sprint. And I think, as much as, I really would wish the world operated in a way that, getting rid of invasives didn't involve harmful chemicals. I think the method that you're proposing to treat the invasive plants is kind of a smallest damage approach. And, based on that, I liked the robustness of your plan and the appreciation for, you clearly know what you're up against and you've thought it through. Yeah, I've appreciated the process, and I really don't have a lot of technical comments on the plan itself. Thanks.
John?
I don't think I have any specific questions at this time.
Carl?
No, I don't think I do at this time either.
Okay, Joe?
No questions from me, thanks.
Brian?
Yeah, hi. So it was a very informative site visit. Really learned a lot, and you answered tons of questions on that. So that's where most of my questions were asked and answered. If I were to summarize this is very much a case of trust us. When we talked about you would have knowledgeable people who are well-trained, you would be monitoring them closely. That's all well and good. So my question then comes back to what we talked about in the woods, which is trust but verify. So is there any way that you would be notifying us on a given day when you were planning some of these activities? And is there any way that we could perhaps observe for a little bit occasionally, partially educational, partially also to be like looking over your shoulder? He asked either one of you.
Aaron, I defer to you from an operational standpoint, whether that's feasible.
Yeah, I think any number of that is feasible. The observation part is interesting. Certainly notification on day of work would be easy and warranted. I also like the idea in the field we talked about, perhaps if we are working in Reading under this order, hopefully this order of conditions, perhaps an annual on-site at the end of the year to review work that's been done. I think we just agreed that more of those, doing these on-sites more regularly has benefit.
Yes.
For all of us. And sort of build that trust too that Brian was just talking about. I have not worked on a project, I think, where commission came out, to observe work, and certainly herbicide, where, even when I'm managing a contract at Camp Edwards, where I work more regularly, I give the applicators a wide berth. But I think that's, I would have to talk to my supervisors about that, I believe.
but I don't particularly see why not. I think it would be educational, and I think that it would probably ease your some of your concerns you have about herbicide use on invasive plants.
So you would then let Chuck know, whatever your supervisor in your conversation, how that ends up?
Yes, I could do that. I will say, I mean, I certainly can say yes to notification of when we're working. And, you know, I don't know if you want to, you know, how you want to go about setting up like an end of the year or annual site visit. And then as far as commissioners that would like to observe work, yeah, I would need to report back to Chuck on that.
Okay, at the very least, the periodic, once a year, whatever, site visit, we did talk about the fact that it may not be successful, you may not be making the progress you want to make. So having us there and you show us the progress, you show us what difficulties you may be finding, you show us where you're finding more than you're aware of, just being part of that understanding of how it goes. Because again, we all have an investment in 5-year plan being successful, so then there'd be another 5-year plan. And so rather than waiting 5 years and being surprised at the end, a periodic review, I think, would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, Andy?
Well, it's good to see this. I'm sorry I wasn't on the commission, so didn't get to go on the site visit, but it seems like it's quite an ambitious project. I don't really have much to add, but I do have two questions. It's actually an ecological restoration project. What are we planting after, if anything, or are you just hoping the natives take over once the invasives are out? And also, has any controlled burns been considered as a way of managing the landscape? I'm not sure if that's common around here, but...
Yeah, control burns would be a hard sell in this area. So that's not typically recommended as a management technique, particularly for the species that we have and the situations that we have on the base. As far as the idea of the ecological restoration is to remove the invasives to get them out of the wetlands and buffer zones. So there's no replanting plan involved.
I'd add to that, you know, like Matt said about we burn at Camp Edwards on Cape Cod where I work, we do a good deal of prescribed burns, but a lot of these invasive plants we're talking about actually respond quite well to burns. So that usually, for these plants, they don't work well, and it is a hard sell. And then what was the second thing we just talked about?
Replanting.
Right. So exactly as Matt said, there are areas, particularly maybe closer to the developed area, cantonment, and right when you start going up into the training area, that you know, have a greater percent cover of invasive plants. If there are areas that we deem to require planting or that might need planting, those types of projects would be wrapped into contracted projects where we would ask for a request for proposal that would include planting. So an invasive plant plan and planting.
My question.
Native plants, of course.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so I have just two things. One is, I know you're going to be very judicious with your use of the herbicides, and we are asking you to be very careful about getting them where they need to be and not overspray and spilling and that kind of stuff. So that's the one question. And then in your table of contents, introduction, section 1, 1.4.2, permitting strategy on page 7, it talks about the notice of intent needs to be submitted. I presume that's what we're doing tonight. And then the order of conditions needs to be received, and then it's valid for 3 years and extensions are possible beyond that, but it's a 5-year plan. So how does that mechanics work?
I'm not entirely certain whether, I was going to ask you whether you can write an order for 5 years. I don't know if you have the authority to do that. That would be the ideal thing, so they match up. I think that in lieu of that, you know, if the order is valid for 3 years, then, you know, we come back to you with a new notice in 3 years' time, still under the adaptive management plan with 2 years left. But as Brian mentioned, you know, this is, and Annika said, this is a marathon. You know, presumably there will be additional 5-year plans that get revised over time and continue to be responsive to the results and new technologies or, you know, new approaches that are learned and so forth. So if we can't make them match up nicely, I think just a kind of a rolling approach that, you know, we come back to you when it's time to come back and we evaluate where we stand and where we're going. That would be my approach to it.
Okay. Chuck?
Sure. Yeah, my question had to do with the trees. And I noticed that you're taking down Norway maple, tree of heaven, and locust. And I was wondering if you could show me an area where, I was actually interested in that area right off of Haverhill Street. And I was wondering if you could show me how many trees you're going to take out of that area. It's like a small triangle on the entrance there.
Let me see. I closed that program. So while I try to do that, just a second here. Let me see if I can pull that back up.
So as you're looking, you're removing these trees within the wetland, not just on the edge?
Yeah. The tree of heaven, certainly anywhere we see them, want to go away. Norway maple's more of a funny one. That's, you know, it's naturalized. There's a lot of it out there. You said the southern portion of the site?
Yes.
Let me see here. I'm just going to share this again.
Well, Matt looks for that. My experience and observations on Camp Edwards have been that both of those trees, largely, like Tree of Heaven is pretty common in the cantonment area in the south. And we walked with Wakefield on the same day that we met with the Reading folks, and we walked around the roads in that cantonment area, and the Tree of Heaven is always growing at the edge of the roads and the disturbed areas and the edge of vegetation. And you can see if you walk it that the removal, like largely the removal of those trees, is not going to leave large gaps in canopy because they're just growing at the edge of the road anyways. And there are certainly native vegetation, native trees that are growing in the vicinity that will, you know, it will just have more growing space for themselves and take up that area. I think the same with the Norway maple for north for the training area there. I don't recall seeing Norway maple up there.
I think there are a very small number of Norway maples up on the north end, and those presumably would be replaced with the, you know, the matrix vegetation, the red maple swamp that they're growing in. But you see the...
Yeah, sure. I do. And so that, I'm going to try to, it's right there. It looks like the spot I'm talking about. It's right off of Haverhill Street.
This here?
Yes. How many of these 3 species are you taking out of that area?
There's another picture that actually has the species marked if you go to a different
Right, I
page
didn't think there was
map.
any tree of heaven or Norway maple in that wetland, and Norway maple's an upland plant.
And you surveyed each one of those trees, or is that more or
Yeah.
less a satellite kind of?
No, these were on-the-ground surveys. So this, down in this area, it's all buckthorn here. This is all glossy buckthorn. This is common reed. This red is multiflora rose. Black and white is black locust. So there's probably one black locust here, but this is an open area, buffer zone area. And then barberry here and multiflora rose. So there'd be one, like probably one tree, a black locust tree down here.
So those green spots inside the red area are not trees you're taking down?
Oh, no. That's just a wetland indicator.
Yeah, it's just hard to see.
Yeah.
So you're
No,
working
those are-
between the checkered lines, is that? or-
Yes, these striped kind of, checkered lines. Those indicate those are polygons where the plants are located. So those are GPS located sites of those plants. And like I'd say, for these round polygons, those are probably an individual plant.
Okay, yeah.
These are just wetland.
I thought with some of the language you spoke about, that you were going into the wetlands to remove these trees. I was going to ask you how you were going to do that. But if you're working on the edge, it makes more sense.
Yeah, there are a handful of locations, particularly in the northern end of the site, where there's Norway maple embedded in the swamp, and that might come out. I don't know how. Personally, I'm not sure how that would be managed.
Well, I'd like to know how that's going to happen. I mean, it seems like it's a big stretch for one. I mean, you're not saving the world by doing this. And to go into the swamp and cause all that damage to take out one Norway maple, I have a hard time understanding.
Where is that? Huh.
Yeah, I remember that being that might actually be in Linfield. This is
Something like that probably wouldn't be worth our effort. We'll be largely on edges. Glossy buckthorn is one of our biggest priorities because that's a plant, as you can see where Matt is right now. Those are polygons of glossy buckthorn growing right within like pretty well intact wetland areas, and those are going to be big targets of ours because you can go in the wetland, especially when the ground is frozen or there's no standing water, and you can remove those plants without, leaving big voids in vegetation. There's plenty of native stuff around them. They won't be missed.
Yeah, that's all Atlantic white cedar swamp up here. So when you address the glossy buckthorn in there, you're leaving behind the natural Atlantic white cedar.
Right, and I can imagine someone with a backpack sprayer or however you guys are going to approach this, I know the two methods, could get in there, but it was the trees that I was worried about.
In Reading, I'm not seeing any examples of trees that would be addressed inside of wetland.
So in Reading, if we had a condition that just restricted you to whatever you could reach from the buffer zone for tree removal, only for tree removal, is that acceptable?
I think that I shouldn't speak for you, Aaron, but I think so. I think that looks like it would not adversely affect the program here.
Okay, that seemed to put a little.
I think I agree too. Black locust is an upland tree, and
there are no trees embedded in a wetland matrix that.
If we, if while doing some of this work, we find otherwise, we'll make sure just to take note of that. And, if we really feel like there's value in removing trees that are embedded in a wetland, we will come back to you another year and see if we can, have a plan for that. But, probably won't need to happen.
Sure. Do you have the species of black locust out there? I'm calling it black locust. Is it black locust that's out there?
Yeah, but that's also close to, right as you drive up into the training area. It's probably on that map right there.
It's black and white.
There's a patch right here.
Yeah,
Where are
there's a
you?
big patch of black locust right there.
Oh, I see.
The
Yeah.
black and white line.
Yeah, black and white line.
Okay, I mean, I'm satisfied with that, accepting that condition.
I am too.
And the notification just to, you will notify us about the day of work, give us at least 72 hours notice, is that acceptable?
Yep, that's acceptable. So, yeah, so,
For
yeah, that's
herbicide
acceptable.
application.
I'm just thinking that's a really easy thing to do when we're doing contracted work. Sometimes we have an opportunity to, we have field techs, and sometimes there's an opportunity if there's a gap in work.
So there's a member that wants to be more hands-on out there, but the reason why I asked would be the calls that I may receive when work starts to happen on the Able Street area. I'd like to have notice of the work that's there, all the work, but in particular, anything that happens on Able Street, because I'm sure I'm gonna get a few phone calls when that starts happening.
Okay, that's understandable. And these will be written into the conditions?
Yes.
Great. One thing that we did want to just mention is that this is a an ecological restoration limited project, not an ecological restoration project. So an order of conditions should go out on Form 5, not 5A. We got one, a 5A from Linfield that we need to revise so it matches the filing. Yes. Just want to let you guys know that.
Appreciate that.
Save Chuck a little work redoing it, huh?
Hey, maybe not.
Yeah, well, if you don't do it on 5A in the first place, you'll have less work to do.
That's right. But I might have chose the right one to start.
Ah, okay.
I'm sure. We just wanted to make sure we touched all bases.
All right.
Okay. All right, anything else? Anybody from the general public with questions on this? Yeah, I know. All right, so Brian and then the general public.
Anyone on
Okay,
Zoom?
so I have one hopefully final question. When we're talking about the periodic review, what do you think the basis of that's going to be? Are you going to give us updated maps showing the changes? Are you going to go out and do another survey? I mean, what's that format going to look like?
I would like it to just be an informal walkthrough of work that's been done. Yeah.
So that won't be at all quantitative, it'll just be what we see.
Yep.
Does that make sense to you as being sufficient? Or is that just, do we stop asking?
No, I mean, it's just that we're not going to do another survey every year. We just don't know if we would have that in the budget to be able to contract someone to do that.
But would you be updating the maps without doing a survey to show the areas where you've done work and presumably have had the success we're looking for?
For contracted projects, yes, we will. I mean, the limit of work will be clearly, we will have that in digital files, and we can have that in maps. Yeah, I mean, that probably would be, like, an inset map would probably be something easy to have at an on-site.
Okay, I mean, I think that would be the minimum acceptable, but yeah.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now, is there anybody in the general public on Zoom that had any questions or comments? Is there
Please use
anybody?
your raise hand function, which can be found in the reactions.
While he's looking, is there anybody in the room with questions or comments on this? Okay. Okay, do we close the hearing? Is that our next step?
You can close, continue, any other information that the commission needs to ask.
Does anybody on the commission need us to continue the hearing, or are we good to close the hearing?
I think we're good to close. That's my sense.
Okay. All right, can I have a motion?
Look up the agenda so I know what I'm saying. So yes, motion to, I move to close the public hearing on the 28 Haverhill Street, Camp Curtis Guild, notice of intent.
I second that.
Okay, and John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Nika?
Scanlon in favor.
Carl?
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Joe?
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. And then we need to vote on, no, we need a motion. No?
I think we should hold off on issuing.
Okay.
So, like, get this written and make sure it's right.
Okay.
So this would be the only step I suggest taking tonight.
Okay.
But I'd ask Matt and Aaron, is there a time frame? Our next meeting is January
12.
12th. It's gonna say 8th.
Or by the way.
And so it would be issued after it's reviewed at that meeting, so, you know, within a few weeks after that, you'd have it. Is that acceptable?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay. Then we're all set.
All
Just
right.
closing tonight.
So we closed the hearing tonight.
And then continue it to January.
And do we need a motion to continue, or it just automatically continues?
Let's see what it even, yeah, let's just do that.
Okay, so we
Yeah,
close
motion
the
to
hearing and we will continue it on January 12th.
And we need a
I'd
motion.
like to,
Can I have
I'd
a
like to
motion?
make a motion to continue the hearing. We closed, but I'd like to continue the hearing to January 12th.
I'll
Second?
that. I'll second
All right, vote. John?
John Sullivan in favor.
Nika Scanlon in favor.
Carl Ciccone in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
that. Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
I also want to chime in, Happy New Year, happy holidays, Matt and Aaron.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Same to you.
Thank you for sharing your expertise last month.
Yeah, I enjoyed that, thank you. I'm glad that some of you were able to join the on-site, I thought it was great.
Okay, we have a lot on our agenda, so thank you for coming. We're
All
gonna
right.
move
Thank you.
on.
Yeah.
Happy holidays.
Thank you very much.
And Chuck, what do you recommend taking down next?
Number 8, Barney Circle.
Barney Circle. Who's here for Barney Circle? Jack. And the applicant. Okay. All right. 16 Barney Circle, open the public hearing for a notice of intent filed by Theodore Carmoni under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for constructing 2 additions onto an existing single-family house within buffer zones to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under Current Projects, Assessors Map 29, Lot 109, DEP file number 270-0754. Jack?
Great. Thank you. For the record, Jack Sullivan, Sullivan Engineering Group. And basically, we wanted to have the hearing tonight I wanted to go over what the commission found on their site walk. I know there was some flags that they thought should get moved further upland. And then I wanted to also bring the commission up to speed. You know, this is a large lot, has a bit of an odd shape like a dog leg to the rear. And the owner has engaged attorney Bill Crowley of Reading to look at a possible donation of this land. So we're exploring a few options on how much land he'd like to donate, and then the way in which it should be done. There's really three options. You could break out a piece of land and convey it by fee to the town. Theo, who's behind me, the owner, he had contacted his mortgage company. There is a mortgage on this property, so it's a little bit involved when you go to break a piece of land off when you have an existing mortgage. You know, we'd have to go through the CPDC to convey that land as well. That's a rubber stamp process, but I have to prepare a registry plan. There's a way you can do a conservation restriction. And also, in Lexington, I had a 12-acre piece of land, and we donated 6 acres to the town of Lexington. And we didn't do it in fee, we didn't do a conservation restriction. They did a declaration of restrictive covenant. It's basically a 99-year covenant that runs with the land. And their town council thought this was a good way to do it. I guess with a conservation restriction, it might go through the state legislature. I haven't done too much work with CRs before. But those are the three options. I think conveying it in fee might be tricky where he has a mortgage and it puts the owner at, you know, there's an expense there too to go through with a registry plan, and you know, the mortgage company may require an appraisal of the property, and you know, it puts him through a lot of work. So from our standpoint, we also looked at trying to take a position where, depending how the wetlands flags moved, he might be able to scale back the addition so that there'd be no variance required, that he could meet the 35-foot zone and relocate the shed outside of the 35-foot zone. But we're still open to the idea of, you know, doing something with that land in the back, but right now we're exploring options. So basically, we wanted to have the hearing tonight. I know you have a busy agenda, just to see what the field visit came up with, and then I wanted to kind of update you where he just reached out to the attorney this week and started making phone calls on his own and where we're at. So I'll turn it over to the commission and Chuck just to give me an update on the site walk.
Sure, so we conducted a site walk, and I'll just start out, but I did want to talk with Bill Crowley. Did contact me, and he said he was looking into doing what they did at 102 Haverhill Street.
Yep.
And he said that was an A&R. And I'm not sure, because he didn't bring up any of the other stuff that you just spoke about. So it would be great to know which one works best for the homeowner. I mean, we don't have any control over that, but obviously it's one of 2 parcels left in Timberneck Swamp. And the rest of Timberneck Swamp is owned by the town, owned by the Conservation Commission in particular. And this side of Timberneck Swamp is really wet, so there's no plans, and there could never be any trails out in this area. It's more or less to just protect it for perpetuity, although I said on another agenda item that it's just swamp, and that kind of takes some of the luster off it. But that's not true with this piece. Mm-hmm. This piece is we're adding protected land to protected land that we already own. So we're increasing the connectivity between town-owned land, between conservation land. So it is important. It's desirable for the Conservation Commission and for the community to have a piece of land like this, and to have a place like Timberneck Swamp that is left in its natural state. So I don't know if anyone else wants to do the site visit, but I could do it also, just talk about that.
Sure.
Sure, so we went out to the site, and we concentrated first on a slide that was in the wetlands, and we successfully removed that and put it out to the trash.
Great.
I have to thank Joe for that.
It was trash day, I put it by the curb.
Just part of, Chuck, just part of our 100% service that we offer to the Conservation Commission. And then we moved on to where the shed is, and we were checking out the flags in that area. I mean, generally, the flags seemed a little low throughout, but low as in wet, and they could have been moved up between 6 inches and a foot, a lot of them. But the ones that were near the addition and the garage were the ones we were talking about, and that's why we concentrated on the shed.
Yep.
And there was just a note made that the shed is in the 35-foot spot, and we were wondering if it could be moved and where that would go if that could happen. And then we walked around to the front of the house and then started walking at 17A and 18A and 19A, and we looked at those flags, and I think the flags that were near that side where the proposed two-story addition was, we thought they could move anywhere from 1 to 2 feet closer to the house. And it's not that we went out specifically looking at only the flags that would jeopardize the project. It was, there's a lot of flags on this site. It would make the most sense to look directly at the ones that impact the work. That's why we concentrated in those areas. We did note on the plan, I did let Maureen Harold know that. She actually said just to let you know that, so that's why I reached out to you.
Yep.
Also, and our options were, we could meet Maureen back out on the site. You could work your magic with the additions. I'm not sure if that's something that can happen. Or you could use our variance request with this section of land or with something else, because a homeowner can access different options than just offering a piece of land.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we have landed for tonight's meeting.
Okay. And Chuck was correct that when Theo spoke with Attorney Crowley recommended the same process that happened with Haverhill Street. It would be a transfer of land. And then Theo called his mortgage company, and then he asked if there might be some other options because it sounded a bit involved. And he went through he went through 5 different people to get an answer. So it's a little bit involved. So we just wanted to kind of hear what happened with the site walk tonight. We'll talk more about what his options are. He already talked with his architect if he had to scale the addition back, how it would be done, but we haven't closed the door on conveying some of the land. I don't think he wants to convey all the land going back, but a portion of it.
Yeah, that makes sense, because the beginning of the dog leg is still like where the concrete paver patio is. So
Right.
It's clear you don't want to just cut it off at the place where the corner is. You need a little more buffer.
I think that's the idea. I think that's the idea. If we get it out beyond the wetland line, then he's never going to do any work back there, but it gives a little bit of a buffer. So we will have to continue tonight, but I just wanted to basically see what the commission gained out of their site walk and give you an update where we stand with, if we do pursue a variance, the 3 options we're looking at. So we'll look to continue to your next meeting on the 12th, unless there's some questions from the commission.
Yes, just make sure there's no question from the commission.
Or the public.
All right, is there anybody on the commission that has a question that needs to be addressed tonight? Okay, are there any abutters in the room or on Zoom? If you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand function if you have any questions tonight.
Seeing none.
Okay, seeing none. I just have one comment, which is that I used to own a piece of property which was shaped very much like the back part of this property, and we in fact did donate part of it to the town, and we had a mortgage on it. So it is possible. I don't remember it being a big deal. But it wasn't part of a variance, we just did it as a donation. So there may be a record in the town
Yeah.
records of how that was worked in order to make that donation, even though it was still under a mortgage that we owned the property.
Right. The mortgage company suggested, they were suggesting like some sort of trust or like a covenant, where you create something, but you're not actually subdividing it off and conveying it in fee, then you wouldn't even have to deal with a mortgage company. They wouldn't get involved.
Okay.
And I'll talk to Theo. I don't even know where your mortgage company is, but if it's out of state, it can be
Pennsylvania.
It's difficult. But
Yeah.
we'll work with the commission and Attorney Crowley and figure out what we're gonna do here.
Okay. So we're all set to continue. Can I have a motion for that?
Motion to continue the hearing on 16 Barney Circle. Do we want to pick it up the next meeting?
January 12th?
All right, in that case, I move that we continue the hearing on 16 Barney Circle to our next meeting on January 12th, 2022.
I'll second that motion.
John?
John Sullivan in favor?
Anita Scanlon in favor.
Carl?
That's what I'm gonna find out.
Carl, we cannot hear you.
You need to pick.
Carl Sponi in favor?
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor. Andrew Durbin in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we continue in order on this list?
Why not? 93 Belmont.
All right, is anybody here from 93 Belmont? Oh, Jack.
Still here. Yeah. I'm just gonna stay here.
Okay, and you get to sit this time. Okay, Barney Circle, 93 Belmont Street, here we go. Okay, go ahead.
So this,
Oh, no, I have to
this
read it
is
out
a new
loud.
one, yep.
I have to read all that stuff out loud, okay?
Yep.
Open the public hearing for a notice of intent filed by Christopher White under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for constructing an addition and porch within the 200-foot riverfront area. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under Current Projects. Assessors Map 34, Lot 136, DEP file number 270-0752. Now, Jack.
Great, thank you. For the record, Jack Sullivan, Sullivan Engineering Group. For this project, based on the USGS maps, that shows a perennial river to the rear of the property. Chuck might talk a little bit about this. I know there's been other projects in this neighborhood. I did another one down the street. I declared it as a river. And I know Chuck said he ran some stream stats to see if this did qualify for a river, but we can get into that. But the way that I filed this is that there's a river, so this entire property falls within the 200-foot riverfront area. The good news is the proposed addition is to be sited over the existing driveway. There's a pretty large paved driveway, so they're looking to put on a two-car garage with living space above and a breezeway, enclosed mudroom to connect to the existing home. There'll be a slight pavement expansion on the right-hand side on the existing driveway, and I show how the existing, that there'll be a new paver area from access off the driveway to access the existing steps and walkway that lead to the front of the house. If you notice from my survey, I show the 25-foot and the 35-foot no structure zone. There's no work proposed within the 35-foot no structure zone, excepting we are looking to provide some enhancement plantings, a total of 20 within a lawn area. Since I believe we're within the riverfront area, and I show where the existing edge of lawn is, you can see the existing edge of lawn is within the 25-foot no disturbance zone. So it made sense that we'd plant back some native shrubs within this area to try to build back the 25-foot no disturbance area. Also, for the roof runoff from the proposed addition, I'm showing a dry well to be added. That'll collect the entire roof area of the addition, be a 1,000-gallon shea concrete dry well with 24-inch stones surrounding. I show a 12-inch diameter mulch sock along the limit of work line. And I'm also showing, for the driveway, it slopes down to the garage door, so we have to put in a trench drain at the entrance to the garage, and that'll be piped around and fed out into the dry well as well. So we're collecting a large amount of the asphalt area of the driveway plus the roof area of the addition in this dry well. We were issued a DEP file number, and I should note that this lot was created in 1967, so it predated the riverfront, so we fall under the old performance standards. And and we did notify all abutters, and I did copy Chuck on, I gave him proof of the certified mailings to all the abutters for this project. I'll turn it over to the commission for questions they might have.
Anybody? Mika, do you want to start, or John, do you want to start?
I'm happy to jump in, John, if that's okay with you. Just taking a look at the plan, two things I'm just gonna comment on right off the bat. One is the proposed enhancement plantings. I noticed that the proposed plantings are kind of grouped by, all the plantings of one type, spice bush in one area, and then blueberry next to that, and then, summer sweet next, you know what I'm saying? I'm wondering if there was a strong intent behind that, as opposed to really mixing up the different plantings throughout that proposed area.
There was no rhyme or reason. We could easily mix and match. I just clumped them together, but we could mix and match them throughout that area. But we could keep the 20 plantings and just mix and match.
Okay. Another sort of thing that's I'm noticing is, and maybe it's because it's highlighted in yellow, is the proposed driveway expansion. And in particular, the corner, sort of the eastern edge of the driveway expansion, where the expanded driveway meets the lawn, from the corner of the proposed two-car garage through the easement to the property line to the south, the 138.39 foot line. I'm just sort of imagining that with a significant rain, even with the trench grate, there might be a potential for erosion off that proposed driveway. And so I just wanted to check in about that too.
On the driveway extension, we're basically matching the existing site grade out there at 92 at the property line. The garage slab's at 91.75, and then as you move back towards the dry well, we're at elevation 90. So I wouldn't say it's flat, but I wouldn't say it's steep there, but I can look at that, Anika, and if I have to do something to level that grade out a little bit, if you're it would be a grassed area, it would have to be established. Or we could do some sort of berm along that area to promote water to move towards the grate and not towards the grassed area. But What were your thoughts on that? Were you looking for a berm or a different type of?
No, I don't think adding. Maybe it's because I've seen. Maybe I'm imposing what I've seen at a number of site visits here. on what I'm imagining this is gonna look like when it's constructed, but, you know, we've had some really huge rains.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of really strong rains, intense rains, and that's gonna continue. So, I see your point about how flat it is, and I didn't really think that far down slope. I'm just thinking, you know, in front of the existing wood-story house, you're up at like 94, 96. So it seems like the slope in front of the house, between the house and Belmont Street, slopes to the south. And so even if there is some infiltration in the lawn, you're gonna get runoff going to the grate, which is awesome. But I kind of see that small lip, small curved part from the corner of the garage to the property line as one area where you might just have a heck of a lot of sheet flow. And I don't know what could, I've seen some good erosion lately. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll take a look.
I don't know if some gravel, like literally some gravel there, just like something to slow the potential for erosion, that's all.
Okay, I'll take a look at that area, Nika.
Is that part of the driveway intended for parking vehicles on, or just a turnaround to get in and out of the street without having to back out onto the street?
More of a turnaround.
So could it be made with pervious pavers or something, the way they're talking about at Lot A Main Street? If it's not supporting vehicles all the time, and then the erosion might be a less of an issue. Not that I'm requesting that specifically, but just proposing it as an option.
It's an option. I'd have to talk to the owner about it, but it's an option.
Yeah. Anything else, Nika? Okay, she's good. John, anything?
I have one question that might be more for Chuck, or maybe Jack knows the answer to this, but has this permit come before this board before? I think years and years ago, I guess for context, I grew up around the corner from here, and it was, I guess, I heard growing up that the previous, somebody who lived here previously had applied to add on to the house and was turned down by somebody at the town. I'm not sure if it was conservation or somebody else, and so built the current structure on the same footprints as the previous house. I'm not sure if that is relevant to what we're looking at now.
I didn't look into any past permits, but I will tell you that all the work is proposed in the inner riparian area, and it was something that I was going to talk about when it was my turn. So I could see that any improvement or any work that went on below that 100-foot line would have been really looked at through the riverfront regulations. So it might be something to look into and find out what the findings were on the past project.
Anything else, John?
I think that's it for me.
Carl?
Yes, so Jack, the proposed pavers at the new kind of entrance there to the addition, so that will all be captured as well by the trench drain?
That's correct.
That area?
That's correct. And I should have added, Carl, to this discussion, there's no trees to be cut on this project.
Yeah, after a site visit, it seemed like that was the case, and I was wondering what the one big birch tree up front, but clearly it is to remain, and I'm sure it will be, because it's already a driveway to the right of it, so I think that should be fine. And then, yeah, I liked the addition of the 20 shrubs, because it just seemed very open back there, and kind of lawn up to that bank, so that seems like a nice idea. But no, I don't think I've any other questions. I mean, it's a pretty large parking area, so it is, currently paved, so, I don't think I have any other questions.
Joe?
So making sure that I understand the plans here, it looks like the gutters for the addition and the existing structure are disconnected, so while the addition gutters are being fed into the dry well, the roof runoff situation for the existing structure is unchanged, is that right?
That's correct.
I have a feeling I'm about to learn something about riverfront as opposed to just wetland buffer area tonight, so I will, I don't have any other questions tonight, no.
Brian?
So, actually, Martha, Andy, and I did a site visit to this, and you were essentially our scribe, so you want to go out of order and talk about the notes you made?
Sure.
I was the official carrier of the measuring device, the scribe.
Yeah. We were pleased to see the proposed shrubbery extending the natural vegetation zone, but I'm a little concerned that beyond the edge of the lawn, between that and the bank of the river is all currently landscaped with black mulch, that some of that black mulch was clearly eroding down into the stream in a couple of places. So addressing Mika's concerns about erosion. So I would love to see that black mulch area also be treated as zone of natural vegetation and, you know, natural leaf litter left under the shrubs rather than mulched. If you're putting all the blueberries and stuff in front, we want to have that natural vegetation continue right up to the bank. Also, we looked at the wetland flags, and it seemed like a number of them were kind of low on the bank. They were not at the top of the slope, they were down at the foot of the slope. One of them was on a tree where the roots were in standing water. That would be 5A.
Okay.
So I don't think that impacts the distance to the 100-foot line or the 35-foot line in terms of the building of the house, but just, you know, to make sure that we note that those flags are too close to the stream, in our opinion, by a foot or two, not a huge difference. We also noticed that there's a trampoline currently located inside the 5-foot-high aluminum fenced area. And I believe that trampoline has a gravel bed underneath it.
Yes.
And I know there was another site I visited with Chuck where Chuck was very insistent that the trampoline counted as a structure. And so I don't know whether we need to move that trampoline out of the 35-foot zone.
I'm laughing. It's fine. It's fine. Must have been me.
I'll talk to the owner.
It was the swimming pool, the first site visit I ever went on, and they had a swimming pool and they had a trampoline where there was supposed to be a dogwood tree.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so, I mean, it's clearly not a temporary trampoline because it has that nice big circle of gravel underneath. So, you know, if I am wrong and the trampoline and the gravel is not a structure, I'm willing to be corrected. I also had a question about if you're doing this work, where would any soil stockpile be located?
That's a good question. I'd have to, I don't want to put it, I'll have to find an area to put on a soil stockpile.
Yeah, because there's not a lot.
No, it'd have to go in the front yard. I'd have to look. I don't want to impact that tree.
Right.
Okay, I'll take a look and see what we can do with that.
Okay. Oh, 2 cherry trees and 2 rhododendron bushes look like they're on or near the property boundary where the extension of the driveway is going to be. Are those staying or going?
don't know, I didn't locate them, so I'd have to see. If they're on his property, they'd have to go. I'll take a look, and I'll locate them and show where they are.
Okay. Would they have to go, or
Sorry, what
2
were?
rhododendrons and 2 cherry trees? Could the driveway extension be like 2 feet shorter and still be able to turn around and therefore protect the shrubberies? And
I
the
think
trees?
so. I'll locate it, and if I can adjust the driveway, I will.
Okay, cool. Yard waste near 8A. Again, this is a property where there's really not any place to put your yard waste, because the wetland is the entire back side, so, and you're not supposed to put yard waste near wetlands.
That's why we have a compost center.
Right. And curbside pickup when it happens on time. It was kind of slow this week, or last week, whenever it was. They were sitting around for a long time all over town. Okay. I don't have anything else on my paper, so that's all I scribed for
There's
us.
one other thing. We noticed that the fence on the left-hand side of the house that goes over to the neighboring house wasn't identified on the site.
Oh, right. Yeah. From the back corner of the house, straight towards the neighbor's property, there's a solid fence, not the same kind of fence that's in the back area. And it's just not drawn on this plan.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, where they were concentrating on the right side, I probably didn't show everything over that side.
but I was just thinking, if you were gonna try to do the soil stockpile or move the trampoline, you'd be moving the trampoline right where the fence is.
Okay.
That's the reason we were concerned about it.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian, for pointing that out.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay, those were our observations from the site visit, and that's about all I have. I didn't really think of questions to ask. Brian?
That's fine, you covered all the points that we noted that day.
Andy?
Sure. My one comment at the moment is just looking at the numbers between what's being proposed and the existing. Something doesn't seem to add up to me. Minor, it doesn't really affect our decision. But I think when you have the existing paved driveway is 1,777 square feet, and then when you go down, you don't have the existing driveway still, because you're keeping some of it, and you're building 1,000 square foot new home. So anyhow, minor thing, but it does get at to me, there's a lot of the backyard that is currently within the no disturbance zone that is being used in various ways, and I get it, it's a small, tight site. But if you're going to go through this effort, I would like to see a more elaborate landscape plan where you started to do it with the bushes, but even into the current aluminum fenced area where the trampoline is, like give it back to the river. If you're going to, and it may limit the size of the new proposal because you're just taking up so much yard. But if you're going to do this, I would like to see equal attention to the riverfront as you are putting towards the house and the addition. And that's more of a comment than a question.
Yeah, I can take a look at it. We tried to say, okay, let's take a big swath. I saw where the edge of the grass is. You're right over on that other side. I'd have to talk with them about it. And I should just add one thing. When I first got contacted about this job, I looked at it, and Chuck's right. Most of this works within the 100-foot inner riparian buffer zone. In the way, when you read the riverfront standards, if you work with the lot was created in 1967, as long as you're not getting any closer to the bank from an existing degraded area, there's allowances to build back in those spots. So that's why I wanted to bring out this addition's going over an existing driveway. That's considered a degraded area. So we're not getting any closer. The that there's a balcony in the back, but that's elevated, so the actual footprint of the garage falls entirely within the driveway. But I will look at your suggestion and talk to the owner about maybe the entire 25-foot zone being planted, but I'll have to take that up with him.
Yeah.
Chuck?
Sure. Yeah, we'll talk about that driveway first. I think it was a good point to look at the back, look back at the last order of conditions to find out if that driveway was part of it. Because there's sometimes a disconnect in Reading where, you know, driveway paving and all that is not something that the companies come into the town to get a permit for. So it needs to be looked at. If that was, you know, lawfully located driveway with a permit, or which would be a conservation permit, then I agree. Or if it's degraded. But I would ask about the balcony, if it's, we're not extending. I mean, that's a small point, and it's up to the commission to decide, but I just wanted to make that note that balcony, look at a bird's eye view, would be something that you would have to approve, because it is getting closer. So my comments, so I was wondering about the work on the easement, and if that was something that you asked Ryan about, not in the past, but if there's been some recent action on some easements or denials of action on some easements. So I wanted to at least talk to him again, if you have it in the last, let's say, month, about this.
When you say easement, do you mean sewer easement or drain easement?
This one with the driveways located on.
Sewer easement,
Yeah.
okay, because it also says easement at the.
Yeah, there's a 20-foot
They're
town
paving that part.
Yeah.
sewer easement. I'll talk to Ryan, I haven't talked to him.
Just to make sure, yeah.
Yep.
And so then the driveway has that drainage grate, and mixing roof runoff, which is considered clean with driveway. You could do that if you did some pre-treatment, but
Yeah.
otherwise, I'm thinking you might want to do something else with that runoff from the driveway. Is there any way, I don't know what kind of pre-treatment we're talking about, just because that doesn't offer much.
Yeah, I may have to, what I just did for a job in North Andover, same, it's actually a good comment, because the trench grate doesn't offer any removal of TSS, so I had to put inline like a manhole with a deep sump
Okay.
in a gas hood, and so it was a 4-foot sump, so I'll probably have to add something here, so that way any sediment that's collected in the trench drain, it would just flow to the pipe and go right to the dry well and end
It
up.
also captures some of the oils too.
It captures some of the oils, and that's why you put the gas hood in it.
Yeah.
So I'll add a drain manhole with a gas hood with a deep sump in line between the trench drain and the dry well.
I was wondering, that lightly shaded yellow area, is that just for the pavers? I see that it says proposed pavers.
Yep, that's
And
just
that's what it was all about.
that's just for the pavers.
Okay. The only other comment I have, well, actually two, I'll start with the fence. The fence is pretty deep in the 25-foot Z and B. And I guess, getting back to one of the questions, is the trampoline the structure? And we don't have definitions in our regulations for structure, so we use Webster's dictionary. So it really captures a lot. If the trampoline's not a structure, the gravel underneath it certainly is. So there's something in that area. You know, the trampoline can be pulled out of there, it might be considered temporary impact. So you could look at it that way. But I was wondering what this fenced area was all about. What is it a dog run? Is it, you know, it seems to me that, I didn't go to the site, so I'm not sure what it was all about, but it does go deep into the 25-foot area. And that leads me to my other question that, you know, with the riverfront, there's hurdles or gates, and one of them is that you don't get any closer than the proposed existing degraded area. And the second, I'm sure this might be the first one though, at a minimum, there must be an improvement over the existing conditions. And I believe that that's supposed to be based on the size and scope of the project. So when one of the commissioners asked what's happening between the proposed planting area and the wetland flags and its mulch, maybe that can be looked at, and there could be kind of a bigger, it sounds like it's mulch now, so to turn that into something else or restrict it somehow, doesn't seem like a big stretch, because it's not lawn, we're not giving up lawn. So maybe that's an easy lift. I believe that's all I had.
Chuck, could I try to answer one of your questions? The owner might be Chris White might be available remotely, and maybe he could, if he is online, maybe he could answer the question on the backyard use, because I don't know what the backyard use is, where the trampoline is.
Yeah, there's a trampoline, there's some patio type furniture. I don't remember.
I don't see a Chris.
Okay.
Chris White, if you are on Zoom, can you do a raise hand function?
If we don't see him tonight, I'll follow up with him tomorrow.
And Saul Michaels.
Okay.
While Chuck's looking, is there anybody else with a question or a comment?
Sure. So I'm curious. I'm actually, the more we talk about the fence, the fence that is shown on the plan, the more curious I am, because in particular, I don't. Granted, it's a fence. You might miss it, but I don't see it on the 2019 aerial photo, or any earlier one. So I'm kind of curious as to when that fence went in. That would be a question I'd like to hear the answer to.
Is the trampoline there?
The trampoline is also not there. So I'm wondering whether there was some relatively recent things built in the direction of the river, in which case we'd probably really like to see that unwound, both the trampoline and the fence. So usually we're pretty, if there's a lawn, there's already a lawn. That's usually, but on the other hand, given that there are other questions about the work at all in the 100-foot buffer from the river, that does make me think we should pay some attention to that fenced area as well.
Anything else, Joe, or can I go back to Chuck? Chuck?
No, I was set. My questions. So thank you.
Actually, I will add one other thing, which is that those rhododendrons and what were the other
cherry trees.
Cherry trees. Those were visible on the aerial photo, so I know exactly. I don't actually remember them from when I didn't come to the same site visit. I did just swing by to take a look at the from the street, but yeah, I can see that they're there. So
They make a nice screen between the two houses.
yes, seems like the owner might want to save them. In fact.
Okay. Everybody in the commission has had a chance to ask questions? Is there anybody in the public?
Please use the raise hand function, the reactions tab.
Okay.
Seeing none.
So we clearly aren't closing today. If there are no more questions, we can have a motion to continue?
Yeah, Jack, you okay with continuing?
Yep, I would request from the commission that we continue to your January 12th meeting.
Okay. Is there a motion? Can somebody make a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to continue 93 Belmont to the January 12th meeting.
Second.
John?
John Sullivan in favor?
I think it's Handler in favor.
Carl Secone in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor.
Ryan Goldberg, Andrew Driven in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, it has been approved to move it to the January 12th meeting. All right, should we go on to 31 Baker Road?
We should.
Okay, 31 Baker Road, open the public hearing for a notice of intent filed by Audrey Blue under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Wetlands Protection Act bylaw, Section 7.1, for constructing an addition and a deck to an existing single-family house within buffer zones to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application and plans can be viewed during regular business hours at the Town Hall Conservation Office, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass. 01867, and on the Conservation Division page under Current Projects. Assessors Map 34, Lot 136, DEP file number 270-0753. And do we have somebody here representing 31 Baker Road?
We do. I just want to, talk a little bit, set it up.
Okay.
And so anyways, I was approached by Glenn Redmond, who's the town building commissioner, and he let me know that this project is, he just wanted to make sure that I understood that this project isn't just what we see on the plan, that there's like an exposed foundation that doesn't actually get into the ground at the 4 feet, which is required because of the slope of the house. So when this addition was proposed, Glenn wanted to make sure that we understood that there was going to be building in that area. So at our last meeting, we asked Jack and the homeowner to, provide some information about that. And I think we had received some plans from Jack, and the homeowner had come in and talked to me a couple of times, and it seems like they now have a good understanding of how this is going to happen, so the commission can determine the kind of like the width, or get a good understanding of the width of disturbance which is going to happen, where it's going to happen, and how to condition that at this point now. So the homeowner also wanted to make sure that we understand that if at all possible, it would be good to close it tonight, because to wait a month to have this thing closed when the building department is just waiting for our sign off to issue a permit would be great. So they're willing to do what it takes to make you comfortable tonight. So that's basically a little bit of the background. It was mostly based on confusion, because when we look at the plan, this is pretty standard for the Conservation Commission, which Jack's added, and how it came in. It was just that one other aspect of the plan that was kind of a unknown fact, and I think it's been uncovered and discussed enough now at the building department level to to hear from the applicant and Jack and make sure that you feel comfortable then to try to move this forward. But lastly, and unfortunately, I did have this on the agenda as a continued item. So I'm concerned a little bit about any of others who saw that. So keep that in mind.
Okay, Jack?
Thank you, Chuck. That was a good recap. Again, I'm Jack Sullivan, and we did have a previous meeting on this, and there were a lot of comments from the commission, what they'd like to see on this plan. There were opportunities for new plantings out to the rear of the property. So I'm gonna highlight the changes made since the last plan you saw. So first, the construction access was rerouted at the front of the site. Previously, we were coming into on the right-hand side of that 36-inch tree. There was concerns if there'd be some impact to the root system, and the commission wanted to see some protection of those trees, even though they're outside the 100-foot buffer zone. They're they're specimen trees. There's two 36-inch trees out front. So we rerouted the construction entrance, and I also noted for staked orange construction fencing to be placed around each of those trees prior to any site work. So that offers some protection. On the driveway, we were saying the footprint of the driveway is going to remain the same, but it is going to be reconstructed since they'll have equipment. It's in tough shape, so I did add a note that the driveway will be replaced in kind on the plan. I believe Anika last time was concerned with the soil stockpile location. It was located more to the rear of the property at the limit of work line. I've relocated the soil stockpile area outside the 100-foot buffer zone, now towards more the front of the site. There's one 14-inch dead tree to be removed. It's right at the 25-foot no disturbance line. And I put an X through it, but it is a dead tree. The owner pointed this out to me. This was brought up at the last meeting, that it was dead. I did go out, look at it, it's dead. And so I did note for that to come down. Someone had noted in the area of wetland flag 6A, there was some debris and cinder blocks that appear to be dumped, and there was a question if this is on this property or the abutting property, but I did add a note that if it's on the property, that the homeowner should clean it by hand. There was a question, there's existing retaining walls on the right-hand side of the existing house that really, they don't retain anything. They're not really true retaining walls. They're just kind of freestanding walls. I noted both of those to be removed. They don't serve any purpose. Within the 25-foot buffer zone, this was the discussion at the last meeting, that there was the ability to plant some shrubs and get some plantings, even though there's a lot of shade back there. I do show 14 native shrubs to be planted within the 25-foot zone, and I provided a chart. I think I showed 5 different types of native shrubs and asked the owner to pick 3 of them that's available from a nursery to plant. And then, as Chuck stated, we did submit a foundation plan. The architect had shown on the architectural plans where some excavation work would be done to explore the footing and to see if a new footing or if the foundation walls had to be increased. So where Chuck's highlighting right now, I did it in a dark line, is the area in which a machine's going to have to go in, dig down, and make determinations to see if the footing's sufficient or if a new footing or new wall will have to be placed.
How will the machine get to that part of the house?
It will still use the construction access we showed. It'll go around, yep, and I actually extended the erosion control. Yep, Chuck's doing it. Yep. To get back
I see.
there.
Yeah, the erosion control
Right.
sticks out further than it
Yep,
used to now.
yep, I moved it out a little bit further just to allow that path.
Okay, yeah.
So in saying that, there's a 22-inch tree right behind the patio. They'll have to protect that. I mean, if you want to condition it, they put the orange snow fence around that or something just to spell it out so they don't get too close to it. We're fine with that.
Protect tree question mark on my
Yeah.
paper already.
Yeah, because I know that would be a question. But I think that covered all the commission's concerns from the last meeting. Tried to get them all on paper, and I did in an email form, just as I read off, I tried to provide a narrative of all the changes.
Yeah, I don't see anything else on my list that I was looking for. Okay, and so the request is to get permission to get started so they can get in there and do the foundation work before frost?
I think the concern is you guys, if you issue the order of conditions, there's a 10-day appeal period. They'd have to wait. So if it went to the next meeting, Then, then it gets to the clerk, then the 10-day appeal period. By the time that happens,
Mid-January at least.
yeah,
Late January. Yeah.
late January,
And
early
we've heard that
February.
you can't do any construction of dirt in late January, right?
Depends on the
People do construction year round.
I know that was a.
Yeah,
It was a
it's not-
dig, I'm sorry.
So,
All right, next question.
Okay, all right, so any comments from anybody on Zoom from the commission? Okay, Joe, any comments?
I think it's optional that the tree is already dead, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Any chance that the dead tree could be left as a snag?
At the 25-foot
The one
zone?
that's at the 25-foot zone. I mean, any further in from 25 feet, I'd say go ahead and take it down. But since it's at the edge of the no disturb zone, where we want that to be relatively,
Right
Natural.
now, that no disturb zone is actually lawn or moss. It's trying to be lawn.
okay.
So that's not a snag that's in the middle of other trees. So it
Alright.
might look a little funny.
Never mind then. All right, I don't have any other questions.
I mean, I'm not saying we can't leave it there. I just want you to
Yeah,
know
no,
what you're
I-
asking for is a 10-foot trunk in the middle of the backyard.
Yeah, no, when I visited, I spent all my time over on the other side, and so I don't have as good a mental picture of this side.
Brian?
So I have a question about the removing of the debris, the leaves, the sticks, whatever.
Mhm.
You said that they're gonna be removed manually. So how's that gonna happen? When you look at it, there's a lot. It's gonna be tempting to drive a Bobcat or something down there and load up the shovel. So how's that gonna be controlled? So you don't, because it's beyond the erosion barrier, right? So,
Yep.
so how would that be handled?
Usually the commission wants to see it done by hand, not the machine back there, so that's why I called it out by hand. I don't even know where, I just noticed someone said it was there. We don't know if it's off the property. If it's off the property, he won't do it, but otherwise you'll do it by hand, right?
It's two pile of left cinder blocks, somebody dumped it, so
Well, it's not just the cinder blocks,
Yeah,
it's
and
also the leaves,
Leaves,
the
yeah.
pile of sticks and what have you, so.
Would a wheelbarrow be the appropriate tool for that?
So there's firmer ground, and then it drops off, that's where the pipe comes out from the storm drain, from the circle. And so when you get back there, now that's when it gets softer ground, because it must have been fill or something in the beginning. And so putting a wheelbarrow down on that will have some impact, it's probably just temporary, so I don't think it would matter. I would only worry if you got something bigger down there that would cause more damage. And it's gonna be tempting, because that's what they make those things for, it's perfect, but it's not a good place to use it.
So, you saw it, the ground's gonna freeze.
Yes.
And maybe if that's the case, then maybe if they used a track vehicle or something, it would be fine. I mean, I'm not sure if they could drive to the edge of the lawn or edge of the moss or the frozen ground, wouldn't be much disturbance.
Yeah, that makes sense, given that it's a hard freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then that makes sense, 'cause even then, they're gonna tear up something, but that's gonna be easily grown back, so.
So that's a winter option.
Yeah.
Summertime,
Okay.
it's all just by hand.
Right.
Make sense?
Does that
Yes.
work?
yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so any other questions? Is there anybody in the general public who has questions or comments?
I don't see anyone raising their hand.
All right.
How are we gonna handle, the agenda? I mean, it really can't, these guys can't close. I mean, that's,
Yeah, I don't want to put you guys in a bad spot. I mean, no abutters showed up at the first meeting. That doesn't mean they couldn't have showed up tonight if they had a concern. Maybe they
so
were
what's the
away.
first step of the project? We can sign off on that. Would that get you going and then close at the next meeting? something like that. And usually a foundation permit comes in, that takes a while.
Yeah.
And we could have an agreement or a motion to have me sign off on the foundation permit. And that kind of work, and then we could just keep this open for the next meeting.
Would that work for you?
Yeah, if foundation permit will be okay, yes.
Okay. That seems
We're
good.
just looking now for foundation only.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that works, it works for us.
That's my advice, yeah.
All right, so can I hear a motion to have Chuck issue a permit to do the foundation work? Is that what
So
we're
moved.
asking for?
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, John?
John Sullivan in favor?
Denise Scanlon in favor?
Carl,
Unmute
we muted you
Paul.
at one point because there was some background noise. So you'll need to unmute.
Carl Ciccone in favor?
Joe Carnahan in favor?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Durbin in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
All right, and then I guess we need to move to continue the hearing.
Okay,
All right, motion to continue the hearing on 31 Baker to our, I assume you'd like to pick this up again in January.
Yep.
So, motion to continue the hearing on 31 Baker to our next meeting on January 12th, 2022.
I'll second that.
John?
John Sullivan in favor?
Lisa in favor?
Carl Ciccone in favor?
Joe Carnahan in favor?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Durbin in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay,
All right. Let's do number 11, but let's do it in 5 minutes.
Oh, there's a challenge.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks.
okay.
5 minutes.
Who's here for number 11?
I don't know.
I don't even know what your agenda is.
211 Washington Street.
So 211 Washington Street.
May I ask a question?
Yeah?
Where on your agenda is the Eastway
No,
gas?
that's wrong.
He's the last.
13.
Well, if nobody's here for 211 Washington
No,
Street, and we voted to take things out of order,
Let's find out something,
So-
because
because if you're here for Eastway Gas, I don't see why we can't take Eastway Gas first and then come back to the other two.
unless the other people are online.
Unless there are other
I think
people
if they're
online.
online, they've been waiting
Okay,
just as long.
somebody's got their
Yeah.
hand up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so, yeah, this is the guy.
Megan McGraw is
Yeah.
for 211 Washington Street.
211?
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
All right.
all right,
No, I think that,
Yeah.
that's how it has to happen.
sorry.
That's good.
I didn't know why we voted to
Good
take
try,
things
though,
out of
yeah.
order unless
But we
you
can
had
still do it in
something on
5
your mind.
minutes.
Okay,
Still do it in
48
5 minutes.
Pasture Road. No, 211 Washington Street. Open the public hearing on a request for determination of applicability filed by Michael McGraw under Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL 131, Section 40, or the Wetland Protection Act bylaw, Section 70.1, to replace the existing porch with a screened-in porch and stairway 6 inches, 16 foot with a roof and enclosed space below. All of the work is within the 100-foot buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. The application of plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page on the current project, 211 Washington Street, Assessors Map 17, Lot 89, RCC file number 2021-16.
All right, very nice.
Well done.
Cut us 30 seconds there. Okay, anybody presenting this? What's going on?
Yeah, I will. Thank you and good evening. So basically we have a deck in the back of the house that's nearing the end of its useful life, and we're looking to take it out and replace it with a screened-in porch. It'll be a little bit larger than the current footprint, but most of the added area will be over existing driveway that's shown on the proposed plot plan there.
Yeah.
Not much else to it. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
So I have some questions. You didn't show erosion control on the plot plan. Are you intending to use erosion control as part of this project?
That's not something I had thought about. Is there something that you suggest?
There'll be a pre-activity meeting. We could decide at that point, but then you'd have to go in and get it installed before I could sign off on the permit. It looks like there's a paved driveway between you and the wetland boundary. So if you ran it from the existing garage area kind of up towards the house, and it comes in about a 25-foot roll, and it's called straw wattle or straw sock. That would be sufficient. Otherwise, we can look at it when I get there for the pre-activity meeting.
So I just wanted to point out that there is a drain of some sort underneath where the stairs are going to go. Michael, your wife was there and she didn't know what the drain was for. So when it comes to planning for debris from the build and erosion and what have you, it'd be good to do something about that drain, even though you don't know where it's going. I mean, I don't know where that goes out into that stream that runs by or what, it wasn't clear.
Yeah, that was there when we bought the house.
I believe that.
Yeah, I've thought about it a little bit, and I thought maybe it ran over to that gravel area just because there's probably more capacity for the drainage to kind of drain out of that gravel area, but I'm not sure.
But anyway, just putting something around to protect it probably isn't a bad thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they make like silt cloth covers that can go over the top of the drain, or you could put a row of the straw wattle around, in a circle around the drain.
We can
Just
handle
a
that
couple of
on
suggestions.
on the pre-activity meeting also, just to make a
Okay.
suggestion.
It's
I
just
think
a
it's not
small
gonna get much use after this project is finished,
Okay.
even where it is.
All right. Anything else before people start
You have
commenting?
not yet started asking the commission for comments.
Right, so I was about to make a comment, if I can go first this time? Yeah, no objections?
Your job.
I'm
You're
in
the
charge,
chair.
okay.
Yeah.
When we were there for a site visit, we noticed there's a gate in the fence that goes back into parcel 88. And it seems to be that that's where yard waste from parcel 89 is going, is onto parcel 88. I don't know who owns parcel 88, but there was a wetland flag kind of behind the gravel area next to the garage that said 39A, which was kind of an odd place to find that wetland flag. But I would suggest that you want to be careful about yard waste in the 35-foot zone within the wetland boundary. So any yard waste that's going back there really ought to be outside the resource area, which I don't think there's a lot. If it doesn't go out to 100 feet.
It probably does. I'm confused. You're asking them to be concerned about it or to remove it?
I'm asking them not to add to it, certainly, and I would think removing it would be a good thing. Don't we do that for a lot of people? But I don't know who owns
No,
parcel
it's just the way you're saying it. It
88.
sounded like it needs to be removed as part of this project.
So
If they own parcel 88.
It has nothing to do with owning it. If they put it there, they need to remove
Okay,
it.
well, because other times I've asked for people to remove stuff and they say, we can't go on that property because we don't own that property. But clearly, if they're going through the fence gate onto that property, then they are going on that property. So, I don't know. Michael, what's the story on the yard waste behind your fence?
Yeah, so we have put leaves there, and we can remove that as part of this project.
Great, thank you.
So Martha, so as part of that though, we also noticed there's some pretty large mounds of dirt that must have been left from some previous project. So what does everybody think about leaving that or removing that? I mean, theoretically, in time, it's gonna get something to grow over it, but at this point, it's pretty much just piles of dirt, right?
I don't, was that there when you bought the house, the piles, Michael?
There was one pile that was there when we purchased the house, yeah, and then there was some leftover loam that we put out there after building a raised bed.
So it was in the, I don't know, it seems like if it's in the, you probably wouldn't want to do that. You probably wouldn't want to use that place for
Dumping.
Yeah, dumping that material. You could rake out the loam, you could take out the leaves and the yard waste, and then just stop doing that in the future.
Yeah, we could do that.
I guess that's how I would handle it.
Okay.
And I think there might have been a compost thing there, and maybe signing up for the Black Earth compost would solve that problem.
Okay.
You wouldn't have to have a place to put a compost bin, because there's not really much of a place inside your fenced area for that kind of stuff. Okay, Nika, any comments from you?
The only comment was just the new proposed stairs. I'm sorry I couldn't make the site visit, but it just looked a little unusual to me. It's not a complaint, it's just something I noticed was the new proposed stairs are going straight towards the back corner of the existing garage, which makes me wonder, like, are there plans for the lawn to have, new patio, some new structures out there?
So it's not shown on this plot plan, but there's a little area of gravel to the left side of the garage, and there's a door on the left side. Further down. So kind of right where the stairs land, on the left side of the garage there. Yeah, right there. There's a door, and it's a little piece of gravel there. So we're still kind of in the planning phases of this, I guess. But the plan was to probably have a concrete, whatever that's called at the bottom, where the stairs land, a little pad, yeah. And then the gravel would be right there at the side of the garage.
And my understanding is the reason the stairs don't go the same direction they used to is because there wouldn't be room to get the car out of the garage if you just had the larger porch and then the stairs.
That's correct, yeah. And it also kind of, separates the yard a little bit from the garage, which we think we might like. It is going to look a little strange maybe, but we thought it was worth it to have a little bit more space on the porch.
That's fine, thanks for explaining.
Sure, thanks.
John?
So I'm just eyeballing this plan. It looks like all this work is outside of the 35-foot line, but there is no 35-foot line on the plan. Are we confident that this is all outside of the 35-foot?
Yeah, I mean, 211 Washington came in for the existing garage or some work with the patio in the driveway before. I mean, Anika might remember this, and I think the boundary was confirmed at that point.
So on our site visit, we measured from the bank of the waterway, and we were measuring to the fence, just out of curiosity. And while the bank there, the edge meanders a bit, it's about 27, 28 feet on average from the bank, top of the bank to the fence. And then the gravel is inside of that, probably another 10, 12 feet of gravel. So
where was this at? Oh, I see the gravel, yeah.
Yeah.
It says 14 plus on the map.
Yeah, this is the plan I remember from before, so this is what was approved. I could pull it out and show you guys, not tonight, but I can send it to you.
So the answer is, I think that the construction is out of the 35 foot.
Right. It was approved. It was a tough ask for the commission. We wrestled with it, but it was approved, and it's a tight site. And I think the reason why the existing driveway is offset is because they wanted this area next to it without a structure. I guess they decided that gravel was fine.
Of course, there's a fence there also, to the structure.
And the proposed porch is not increasing the stormwater any because what's underneath there is all paved already. When we observed it, we noticed it was all cement and impervious surface where they're going to be putting the porch.
The stairs would be the only net increase.
Yeah, and the porch gets a little bit bigger.
Yes, right. There's a teeny tiny, yes, that's.
Yeah,
that corner.
Yes, but the stairs are probably going to be the bulk of the new impervious surface.
Right. Okay. Any other comments from the commission?
My only question would be about the gravel, but if that was approved by the previous commissioners, then so be it. But if not, then I would wonder if that's something that would be better served as something other than gravel.
I could look at the approval, and you could make a condition that if it was approved in the previous order, then it can stay. If not, it needs to be returned to the lawn or whatever it was.
Or natural.
I'm sure that eliminates the parking spot though.
Yes. Yeah, it's clearly a tire mark.
And then this is just a
Is that a
structural
two-car garage
thing?
or a one-car garage?
2.
It's 2.
Yeah.
Do
But
you
the-
need that as a parking spot, or was that a previous owner's thing?
We don't really use it as a parking spot.
Okay.
Nice, and that could be a condition.
Right.
If it wasn't conditioned, it gets converted to landscape. And then, not a conservation issue, but as Anika mentioned, the stairs do look awkward. I think structurally, you might want to like push them off the left and pull them back a little bit so that you could use the new porch screen to support those stairs. You can still go in that direction, but you know the entrance will be off the left and.
Let me guess, architect?
So not relevant to the Conservation Commission, I think it's fine within our realm, but you might want to reconsider the way you have those stairs done.
So you can just have the landing off to the left instead?
Yes.
Okay. I will talk to the builder about that.
Sounds good.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Alrighty. How we doing on time?
It is.
No, just.
10:21.
That
You
wasn't
wanted
5
5 minutes. Okay, so are we going to have a motion to have a negative determination of applicability, which allows them to do this work?
Yeah, so negative as in, yes, the work is happening in the buffer zone, but no, it's unlikely to alter the resource area on account of this work. So that's what you're approving with N3. It's just a negative determination.
But then would there be ordered conditions for the debris and what have you?
So there is a form, and then we have our own Reading wetland form also, and that's where the condition goes in, so they'll see the conditions.
Okay.
We have a pre-activity meeting, and our RDAs, our requests for determinations, they didn't used to have a final sign-off, but we have instituted final sign-offs for RDAs, so you'd have to call in for that.
Okay, do we need to close the hearing before we issue the hearing on the RDA, or is it just one vote?
You could close an issue on an RDA.
Okay, so can I have a motion to close on 211 Washington Street?
So moved.
Second.
John?
John Sullivan in favor?
Deacon in favor?
Carl Sacconi in favor?
Joe Carnahan in favor?
Brandon Bowe in favor?
Andrew Driven in favor?
Martha Moore in favor.
All right.
Okay. Motion to issue,
So I move to issue a negative determination of applicability on 211 Washington Street.
Seconded.
John?
John Sullivan in favor?
Anika Scanlon in favor?
Carl Sacconi in favor?
Joe Carnahan in favor?
Brandon Bowe in favor?
Andrew Driven in favor?
Martha Moore in favor. We could pick up a little time if we did show of hands here, but I don't know if that would work on Zoom hybrid. Okay, do we need to go to 48 Pasture Road, or can we go on to Eastway?
I just want to make sure Joe Cigarello's not here. I'm saying that right. So, raise your hand. I see someone clapping right there.
That's a
So
reaction.
Joe's here. I think it's Joe and Kim.
All right.
Okay, so I will read 48 Pasture Road, open public hearing on a request for determination of applicability filed by Joseph Ciccarello under the Wetlands Protection Act Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for removing 7 trees that are hazardous and within striking distance of the house as confirmed in arborist evaluation letter. 3 trees and 10 shrubs will be planted in buffer zone as per the tree replacement policy. All the work is within the 100-foot buffer zone. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under current project 48 Pasture Road, Assessors Map 44, Lot 12, RCC file number 2021-17.
Joe, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. All right, let me pull up the plan and go from there. There you go.
So Chuck, do you need me to provide any additional context? I know you and a few members provided a site visit, so I'm not sure if you want to provide any.
Sure, I'll do a rundown. If I miss anything, you can. So we have 7 trees out here that need to come down. What had happened was the neighbor, a tree fell down. There was a towering pine tree, and there's a cluster of pines that kind of edges up towards both houses, but it kind of splits both houses. So each one of these pine trees looked like they would, if they fell, they could possibly hit the house if they broke off at the bottom. But it's pretty typical when a tree comes down in close proximity to a house that there's a reaction, and the typical reaction is everyone wants to start cutting down trees. So, and this is what's happened in this case. But I went out there and in this property here, 48, the edge of grass, the landscaping, the distance between the wetland and the lawn. It doesn't seem to be any encroachment over the course of time that this house has been developed to now, and I think the property owners have certainly shown that they've respected the agreement from the order of conditions that allowed this house to be built in the first place. So my determination was that these trees, are the issue, and solely because that they could possibly fall over and strike the house. So I don't think that we're talking about the trees here. I think that Joe's decided to do some replanting, and I think that we're really down to trying to figure out whether what they've provided for replacement plants is something that the commission agrees with, or do they want to make changes? I think that's really the only thing that needs to be talked about.
So you're assuming the trees are coming down?
I'm assuming the trees are coming down based on probably 2 site visits now, and and all the experience from all the other trees, and the fact that this is not just an attempt to push back the lawn and create, a soccer field. So.
And you said the lawn edge has been consistent as long as you've been aware of it, yet there are conservation concrete bounds, and the lawn goes beyond those concrete bounds, but that's the way it was set up?
It was probably set up that way. The lawn isn't that big.
Right.
And the bounds, we've installed bounds on lawn also, because for whatever reason.
Chuck, the only thing I would add is, you mentioned the concrete bounds of that buffer zone I created with the bark mulch. That's going back probably about 15 years ago when I came to conservation. So I created that at the request of conservation, and you're right, I have not touched it in probably the last 15 to 17 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit deep.
And the paver patio with the little circular area that butts out over the 35-foot line is also something that dates back and was approved a long time ago.
So that's a little off cue. I don't know whether, because if you look at where the concrete bound is now, it's not there. So that existing patio paver, that's been there for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And just the only other comment I would make is,
I used DeSico Landscaping to develop the plan so this is not certainly Joe Chickarello. I'm working with DeSico Landscaping. I provide the recommendation on the proposed replanting.
Okay. And I'm gathering they aren't here to talk to their choice of trees right now?
No, but I'm certainly flexible, quite frankly,
Yeah.
to make sure that we do what we need to do and in accordance with the appropriate regulations. So
All right.
this is his recommendation, but again, I'm open.
All right.
Start with,
Carl?
Yes. So I have a couple of questions. You know, the property is basically, the backyard is surrounded by pine trees. And I thought we learned that if there was a lone pine tree, it was the most vulnerable because it wasn't sort of in a group. But this doesn't seem to be the case in the one, if you were off of the patio, is a similar cluster, unless I missed something. So I'm just wondering why this cluster of trees and not the others? Is it a wind factor, I guess, in that particular area? And then also, I'm not quite sure why. I believe there's an oak, like a 10-inch oak or something in the corner. When I went to my site visit, if that's the case, why does that have to come down? And then otherwise, sure, I agree with, if we're not going to expand the lawn, that makes sense. All the trees and the shrubs look fine. They should be able to handle some of the shade back there, but really given the trees, it's not going to be heavily shaded, so that seems fine. But I guess my question is the oak in the corner, and then why this cluster is any different than the other, is maybe just an educational level.
Yeah, I mean, so I hired an arborist to come out to Keith Street. I think the letter and the recommendation is there. And the two things: one, it was the way the wind comes through. Like the way the wind comes through, it comes through that area, and those trees it gets to that cluster of trees. So the ones that I think you witnessed are like outside of the buffer zone. I think you're right. If you look at the back of my house, probably like to the back of to the left, they're fine. So it was just that cluster area. And then also, Chuck mentioned it, one of the trees already fell down my neighbors into my yard too. So I think the severity of the storm. So I think when I talked to the arborist, there were even 2 trees we're keeping on that side, because he said, hey, listen, those 2 trees will be fine. If you remove these 7 trees, you have to remove this cluster. However, these 2 trees will be fine. They're leaning in a direction quite over towards kind of away from the house. Not that we want something to happen. So I think that's why his recommendation, I think even the oak tree, the way it's leaning, there was a concern.
Okay, I'd be curious to see what the commission thinks about the oak tree, but okay, that makes sense.
When I was out there, I didn't think we were talking about the oak. I thought it was all pine trees, so that's where I was at.
Yeah, I saw a white marking on it, so I assumed it was part of
No,
it.
it's clearly one of the trees that's coming down from the discussion tonight, but I agree with you, the commission. It did seem, I mean, no, it doesn't have the same problems.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like it's leaning because it's trying to get light, but it seems to be in a good condition.
Yeah, it's not going to.
Right, I don't think that if we can salvage that tree, I'm not sure why it has to come down. But
Yeah, especially if we take the pines out behind it, it will start growing branches toward where the pines were.
Yeah, there were a few out there. I mean, this is an approval for those 7 trees, but what depth is any of the scrub material that's out there isn't part of this approval. Because there was smaller hardwoods mixed in.
Right.
And I think when I talked to you, Joe, it was just the pine trees and you were gonna let those things grow. And my thought was, well, great, because this one, look at this oak tree, it's gonna go wild once it gets some, area to grow in.
So so 2 things. So one, you're right, all the pine trees. I was looking to cut that oak tree in the corner down, right? But there's also other, I'll call them oak trees or brush that's there that are gonna continue to grow as well. I'm not touching that. So in that cluster area, we're leaving, kind of maintaining 2 pine trees, we're leaving all the other brush or other trees. But that one that's like right near the fence, it's kind of leaning, Kyle, I think you said probably because it's not getting light, it's probably growing that way. That, I was looking to take that down as well. So that was in the, that was part of the arborist recommendation.
Joe.
Can I ask which tree on the plan here is the oak? I think I know, but I want to be sure. The one.
It's the one closest to the shed.
Okay, thanks.
The little circle. Yeah.
Did we take pictures?
Yeah.
Thought we
I
took.
have 1 or 2 pictures just from the street. I wasn't able to make it to the site that day, so I
Yeah, so
didn't want to have to put up with this twice.
the question I had been about what you're gonna do about the small trees, and the answer I have now heard. I'm a little concerned that the description says you're replacing it with 3 trees and 10 shrubs, and yet on the plant legend, it's 2 trees and 11 shrubs. And I'm a little concerned also about the hemlock. My understanding is that hemlocks are at risk from an invasive species, and we might want to check with, maybe Carl would know better, is that something that we should be planting, or is it just gonna get infested and killed soon?
Yeah, that's right. And there's a Carolina hemlock that's less susceptible. We've been using, if you're still interested in that. That could kind of be a good option, but it probably in the future the Canadian might become a risk. I would also say, I think I've mentioned this now when I've seen this the past couple of times, but planting in I guess we call this a forested, heavily rooted area is very difficult for the survival of the plant. And in some cases, the smaller shrubs have a better chance than these larger trees. Of course, we all want to see a tree go in, which I would love to see as well, but hopefully whoever's installing it, just, you're going to do a nice job with that. And we should probably look at the, follow up with the tree in a year or something and just see how it's doing.
Yeah, so the first comment, so I apologize, maybe that was me with the oversight, 3 trees and 10 shrubs. So if it's 2 trees, 11 shrubs, I can make that note to replace it with the Carolina hemlock versus the Canadian. And I don't know if you know Steve DeSico, but he's done phenomenal work in, for me and for a number of other folks, so I'm sure, and I can certainly have the conversation with him, but he's done some great work.
So we're going with 3 trees and 10 shrubs?
No.
2 trees and 11 shrubs, but we have to replace the Carolina hemlock.
So the Canadian with the
Right,
Carolina.
I'm sorry, replace the Canadian hemlock with the Carolina hemlock.
But what about the oak
I
tree?
definitely would like to see more trees.
I'd like to protect the oak.
And the oak sounds like the oak is staying.
Can you at least have an arborist like trim it, like some of the branches, is that acceptable?
Yes.
Isn't the trimming policy like up to 20%?
of the canopy.
So I'm actually looking at a picture I wish I could share with you, but it doesn't seem to even be branching until more than halfway up the tree.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if it's...
Let's hold off on that, on trimming it. Are you saying, maybe I should go out and look at it. I didn't look at the oak, I thought it was staying.
You want a picture?
Forward that along.
I think I'm talking to, again, I have to talk to the arborist because he was the one that said we take it down, but from here we're going to keep it. I think for me, anyway, maybe we can look at it, but I'm not.
Yeah, so why did he want to take it down?
I think he was looking at all those other trees and going, and this thing was leaning, and it was like literally, if we look at it, it leans close to my neighbor's house. Like it is leaning, like part of it's probably because it hasn't, but it's leaning like towards his house, and I think there was concern that whether it's branches or the tree would fall and it's gonna hit his house.
Although I would think that all the tall pines behind your house, behind his house, beyond the 25-foot barrier, I mean, they're taller and they're pines, so more susceptible to falling than the oak. Just seems like that's not your highest risk.
Can I ask, how many of the pines have fallen? You've been in the house for a long time, and I understand one fell recently, but is this like a one-off thing, or has there been others that have fallen over the past 15, 20 years?
There's been others that have fallen over the last 15 years. Actually, I think there's been 2 in my yard alone, so this is the 3rd one.
Okay. And I'm guessing the trees, because these are fast growing, they've grown quite a bit since you moved into the house, I'm assuming.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, the severity of the storms, quite frankly, lately, is a concern. And I think you see it, and that's why, anyway.
Yeah, well, I like the blueberries. I don't know anything about the hemlock or anything, but I think blueberries make sense since the soil's gonna be pretty acidic, and hopefully they thrive there. But yeah, I think the oak could probably stay. I kind of agree with the other commissioners on that one, that it's probably not a hazard. But I wonder if they want to take it down because just how do you take down the pines without damaging that oak tree? I'm not sure.
They usually use a crane.
There's a crane, yeah.
Yeah, that shouldn't be.
That part's doable.
Yeah.
And I mean,
You missed a big site up by Materic Avenue. We took down a bunch with the crane. It wasn't that, well, we allowed a bunch to take it down. Okay, are we, any other comments? Are we ready to move forward?
Is there anybody in the public waiting to comment? Or commission? Anybody on Zoom?
Just a quick comment, if I can jump in. I'm not sure if we've talked about a lot about what's getting taken, what's getting planted. I just wanted to comment that if 7 trees are getting taken down, I'd like to see, at least, 3 or 4 trees replanted. That's my input, my comment, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, again, so I have a recommendation of 2 trees, 11 shrubs. If you want me to tweak that to 3 and whatever, that works. But I defer to you. Then I heard maybe we shouldn't plant trees, but whatever you think is the right course of action.
So in any case, I agree with the quantity, and I should do the math with the 7 trees or 6 trees being removed. The space isn't that big, and I think with relieving and not pulling the roots out, I think it's going to be, maybe we keep the 2 trees but up the shrubbery, or something, just to get some more habitat in there. But
If that's how it ends up working out, and that makes the most sense for longevity planning and sustainability, I don't have a problem with that. I just want to emphasize, it seems every project, every year, we end up with a net loss of trees, and I think it's kind of important to start thinking about replacing, 1 for 1, especially for trees. So that's just my general environmental comment, thanks.
So, Carl, if you're concerned about trying to plant shrubs in that particular area, and there's a lot of small trees that are in there already that we're hoping will start growing and thrive now the sun comes in, could the homeowner plant some of the shrubs along the line that says edge of grass right now in the back, rather than exactly in this densely forested place in the first place? What do you think?
I think it's pretty dense back there too. So I guess, well, my comment is just I would love the one-for-one tree. I'm just trying to take what I've learned in my infield, and it's hard to plant in that setting. It's also not that big, so I think 2 trees, if they were to become mature, would be, redbud's going to be 20-foot diameter someday, or 15 feet. So the shrubs might have the best chance of surviving and thriving. So maybe we do, again, the 2 trees, and it's maybe 15 plus shrubs for this particular area. If it's cultivated area or grass or something, it's just typically easier to plant in, but I don't, we can meet in the middle where people want to do, but.
All right, so I'd like to hear a motion and move on with this.
Yeah,
Yeah, Joe.
Okay, all right, yes. So, I mean, well, I'd love to have more comments on what exactly we're reading. It sounds like, as we need to talk, sounds like we're saying,
it's up to you.
Yes.
It's your motion.
But right now, nothing's gonna get approved in this meeting because there's too many open questions, so we should continue. So I would like to move to continue the hearing on 48 Pasture Road to our next meeting on January 12th.
Second that.
A vote,
John
John?
Sullivan in favor.
Anika in favor.
Carl Zacconi in favor.
Joe Carnahan in favor?
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Driven in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Okay, all right. Our next hearing is Eastwood
Thanks,
Boston
Joe.
Gas
Thanks,
Company.
Cam.
We'll catch up with line. I just want to make sure I know what I need to do to prepare for the 12th meeting, Chuck.
I think we're gonna do another site visit. We're gonna look at the oak tree out there, and we'd like you to propose up the shrubs to 15, and then propose what of those are gonna be. That's all that's needed.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Chuck, if possible, if you do a site visit, can you let me know?
Oh yeah, I'd like to actually tap Carl and find out when he's available.
Yeah, but he's knowledgeable, I'm just me.
Yeah, so Carl, we should go out there when you're available. I don't know if that's in the morning or the afternoon.
Okay, yeah, typically it's afternoon is still good for me until New Year.
Well, good, that sounds great. How about Tuesday of next week?
Okay.
You wanna put it in your calendar, Joe?
I'll be there.
I looked at Brian and said Joe.
Brian, is Tuesday of next week
Any-
afternoon good for you?
I'm John.
Anybody who wants to go.
So Tuesday of next week, there's a DPW coordination meeting. Yes, no?
Is there?
I don't know, it's on my calendar, might have been the wrong time.
Let me see what mine says.
Is it the first week of the month?
No. Yeah, what would that be,
That
Bob?
would have been last week.
Yeah.
What's a good time for you, Carl, since you have the restrictions?
Well, yeah, I mean, I can come try to get a little earlier. I know you guys it was like 3 or 3:30.
Well, Tuesday I work till 7, so. it doesn't matter.
Oh,
I think the
dark
problem is
at
it's
4:30.
dark at 4, like it's blackout at 4:30,
Right.
so we gotta be earlier if we wanna see the tree.
Yeah, so want to say 3:30 then?
Sure.
Sure.
Count me in, actually.
Just so that we have a half hour or whatever of nice.
I have been there already. I won't be able to make it, but I don't think I need to go back.
Whereas I have not had a proper visit, and I will be able to make this, so I'll be there.
Sounds good.
All right,
Okay.
onward.
Can I start reading the next blurb?
Please.
Eastway Boston Gas Company, open public hearing on a request for determination of applicability filed by Conico Engineering under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, MGL, Chapter 131, Section 40, and/or the Reading Wetland Protection Bylaw, Section 7.1, for the abandonment of existing gas mains, the replacement and/or relaying of existing gas mains, and the upgrade and tie-in of adjacent services to existing mains or new mains from 1 to 154 Eastway and along Dean Road in Reading, Mass. Portions of the work will occur within the 200-foot Bear Meadow Brook riverfront area and within the 100-foot buffer to inland bank and bordering vegetated wetland, freshwater wetland. The application and plans can be viewed on the Conservation Division page under Current Project Eastway, Assessors Map 46, Lot 52, Lot ROW, RCC file number 2021-18. Is there somebody here from Boston Gas?
Yes, there is. I bet. Right here, Mike Doolville. Okay, Mike. Are you there, Mike?
Good evening, I am. It's Mike Doolville from Conoco Engineers and Scientists. Thank you for trying to move us up on the agenda. I appreciate that. This is a relay of existing gas mains in streets. Just the direct replacement of gas mains in Eastway and Dean Street and connecting to the gas main out in Pearl Street. Pretty straightforward project, just cutting, pavement cutting and relaying of gas mains. There's one crossing of a culvert and there's plenty of room on top of that culvert. The existing gas main is there to put the proposed gas main there. These are bare steel gas mains right now. They're replacing them with plastic mains, the newer mains. So pretty straightforward project. This is actually a maintenance project of the Well Protection Act. It's actually an exempt project of the Well Protection Act. And I think it's also exempt under the bylaw, but I know there's been some history with some of the Boston Gas projects that Chuck asked us to file an RDA, which we did, to get this project approved by the commission.
Sure. I'm gonna pull up the plan. Can you show us where,
Yeah, do you want me to share or are you gonna do it?
Oh, please, if you have it, you'd probably be able to find your way around it better.
Sure, hang on a second. I've got a couple things I can show you. So you seeing the one plan sheet right now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is out of the plan set, and I've also got aerials to show you if you want to see that. But this is, the connection is going to be made up here, an existing gas main in the street, brought all the way down Eastway, all the way down through here, down to the cul-de-sac, and also this piece of Dean. And obviously there's a connection to an existing gas main here, but that gas main is not being relayed. So this will be a connection right here to serve the gas main here. So new gas main, this is all shown, and abandonment of the existing gas main in place. And I've got, I don't know whether you want to go to the plan sheets, but I've got detailed plan sheets for each of these individual sections to show you what it looks like. But this is the overview plan.
So so usually what ends up being the problem is the staging area, the parking area, and cleaning up the erosion control afterwards, and cleaning up the parking area, the staging area. So we're asking that those don't happen within the 100-foot buffer zone, if that's possible. That's why I was going to ask you to point that out.
Okay.
And, just going quickly, and that's why we'll have a condition in there to say you have to remove the erosion control also. I don't know if anyone else, this is the same as Cross Street,
Yep.
so if anyone has comments from Cross Street, it would be the same that we're looking for here.
But the thing that I would
Yeah, we just did Cross and Ash. Yeah.
The thing that I would add, in addition to the things that Chuck listed, is we had a long conversation about handling rainstorms and what have you. So not just clean up afterwards, but even during construction. What do you do when you have construction planned and then a storm comes through? So basically, all the handling of all the issues with this project while it's in motion.
Joe?
How about we spent an awful lot of time talking through conditions for Cross Street. Do we as a commission just want to say, Hey Chuck, please copy those.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
I'm on board with that.
Especially at this
But
time of
I
night.
think might want to know them unless you
Yes.
have, and I don't
He said-
remember them
You
off.
mentioned working, you mentioned familiarity with the Cross Street project, so.
Yeah, no, Lauren did Cross Street. Lauren works for me. Lauren did Cross Street with you folks.
Okay. Well, that would speed things up if you accept
Sure.
those conditions.
We don't want
Here's the one, I have another share. This is the one crossing that I was talking about. So the work that's, in close proximity to resource areas is really this piece of Eastway right here. The rest of this is pretty much high and dry. Dean Street completely, and then this is pretty high and dry. This little area is behind these houses. This is behind the houses. So really, it's this crossing right here that we're primarily concerned about.
Okay, we have some members of the public here who've been waiting for hours. I'd like to hear why they are here and if they have any questions or concerns.
Should they come sit at the table where?
Oh, sure.
And then just let us know.
What
your
our
name
names
and
are, where we
address.
are.
Yeah, don't fall on the table.
Yeah, you want to be close to the little round doohickeys. That's the microphone that's going to pick up on the internet.
I'm Sheila Mulroy, 107 Eastway. It's not relevant to to conservation necessarily, but is there a way we can find out what the impact will be on the street, the timeline? Are you shutting off the gas, and will we be notified? What will the repairs be like on the sidewalks? And again, it's not relevant to conservation, but it's of concern to the neighbors.
No, sure, I appreciate that. I can have the Boston Gas project manager reach out to neighbors. They typically notify all the neighbors when the work is occurring. The work is in the street, so the work is done in concert with the DPW. There's only certain times of year when streets can be open. Gas is not shut off for a prolonged period of time. They have to shut off the gas while they hot tap the old line into the new line, but the old line is being abandoned, so the old line would be carrying the gas as the new line is being laid. And then as they tap into the lines, they obviously have to valve off the gas as they put the pipes together. They do have a public outreach to the neighbors because it's, there's a lot of construction in the street, and they want you to know when that's going to occur and how long it's going to take.
Okay, thank you. And it would be sidewalk though too, wouldn't it? Because, not at all?
Just, it's in there right away, so it just, Mike, can you expand on the explanation of where it is in the road, and is it on the sidewalk?
Sure, no, I believe it's all in the road, Chuck, and I can, if you wanted to step through the individual plans, I can do that, but my recollection is all the work is in the road. There's there are places where they have to do the connections for the residents, and so some of that may occur in, probably not on the sidewalk, but in the curb area of the road.
Okay, that's not necessary. It's late and I don't want to have you walk through the
No,
plans.
the gas main's in the road.
No, I understand that, but our entire street is now graffiti tagged, so, and it's on the sidewalk, it's on the different colors.
Yeah, the graffiti tagging is called Dig Safe.
Yeah.
And they need to know where all of the other utilities are out there. You're right, they just paint the place up to show you where everything is. Yeah.
Right, thank you. John?
Yeah, John Lukens, 149 Eastway. Actually, Sheila covered a lot of the things I was going to ask, but along the timeline, it would be very helpful to know that. And also, I guess, Chuck, I don't know if you know, when a road gets torn up with new gas lines like this, I mean, obviously patching only does so much. Is there a time sequencing with the road improvement program in which they come into that?
That's
I know it's DPW,
Brian Percival, a town engineer project, but I did ask him about, so what usually is a concern, this is what I asked, it's not really your question, but the compacting of the soil and then the pavement that's put over it, because we don't want to have a lot of potholes. So this town is really good. They're a lot better than my town, which I'm not going to mention the name. I just threw them under the bus. But they actually have one of the engineers go out and make sure that they've maintained the compactions so that they don't get the potholes in this. But I do think that you're going to see a strip of new pavement down this road for a while. It's called cut and cover, and it happens quite quickly. There might be no exposed trenches at the end of the day. And so it's happens quite quickly. So, you know, when they're gone, I think the road will be closed up. We'll open it up again in the morning, do their work, cover it up, compact it, put the asphalt on.
Okay, thank you. And one other follow-up question, actually, to the representative from Boston Gas. You mentioned the crossing with the culvert on the stream. Also, there's a crossing with a high-pressure line down toward the end of the cul-de-sac. I know it quite well. And I guess my question is, will representatives of Tennessee Gas also be on site during that when your crew is working across that high-pressure main?
You know, and I'll be honest, I don't know the answer to that, but I know whenever I've done other work near a high-pressure gas main, that they have to be on site.
Right.
I'll ask the Boston Gas people about that. My experience on other projects, they've been present. They have to give approval for it.
I would think so, yes. Thank you.
And can you relay that, your answer to me, Mike, and I'll get it out to
I will.
the abutters,
Yeah, I will.
Is there a timeline, or I know you have to, I mean, go to Conservation Commission first, but.
Yeah, so I was told this is this winter project. Is that correct, Mike? But do you know? I mean, that's what engineering told me.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, quite honestly, Chuck.
Yeah, so I was told that they are one of the only crews that they allow to open up the road during the winter. So that's, and some of your questions are great, and you can call either, you know, Ryan Percival or Alex Ruzicki, the engineering department, to get more answers, because, you know, the road work is really their domain.
Right.
And they'll be able to answer those questions real quickly.
Okay, thanks. I just didn't know where it was on the agenda, if they had already, you know, mentioned, but.
Yeah, they don't
thank
go
you.
through the same process. This is, they don't have an opportunity to talk to the company or their representative. They might go in for like a Jackie's Law permit or something like that, and they give them a street opening permit. I don't think much else goes into it other than, you know, license and like a bond or something.
You said that's engineering?
Engineering, yeah.
Does it go down to one-lane traffic while they're doing this, or do they actually have to block the road and people have to park beyond the work?
Eastway is a really, really, really long cul-de-sac.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking. What's the story on, can people go by while you're laying in the line?
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that. I'll have to get the Boston Gas engineers to tell you about that.
Well, that's.
I apologize, I'm a wetlands guy.
Well, and if I just may, also, if this work is going to be done in the cold weather, we do get snow occasionally around here. And so all of a sudden, you know, again, debris that you might think in dry conditions would stay within the roadway, you know, there would be implications here. So you made reference early on, Chuck, to the to another project. I don't know if it was, you said it was Cross Street?
Cross Street, yeah.
Yeah, Cross Street. I don't know if that happened in the winter time or if that was a warmer weather.
No, it was just permitted a couple months ago. It hasn't happened
Okay.
yet. They're going to do it at the same time.
Okay, all right.
So
Well, that's-
I guess our answer is to talk to the engineering people, and they will point us in the right direction.
But I would think the potential runoff of any debris during it would then be within your jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
Yeah, runoff would be our issues.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're at the point, unless there's any questions from the commission, to ask for a motion ask for a motion, you guys can decide.
Right, exactly, yes. I believe we need to move to close the hearing and move to issue a negative determination.
So make one
All right.
motion at a time?
All right, let's do this. Move to move to close. Whew. All right, I can still do this even after 11. I'd like to move to close the. Should keep going?
No, you said after 11, I looked at the clock.
Yeah, no, sorry. Very bad news, I know, but.
I didn't realize we had a clock there, I kept checking.
Yeah. Regardless of what time it is, I would like to move to close the public hearing on Eastway involving Boston Gas Company and the request for termination of applicability.
I'll second that.
John?
Big time.
John Sullivan in favor?
Danica in favor?
We may not have Carl at this point.
Well, keep going.
All right, I'm going to keep going. Joe Kernahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Durbin in favor.
Martha Moore in favor. Next motion.
All right. Move to issue a negative determination of applicability with the conditions that we discussed for the project on Eastway with Boston Gas Company.
Yeah.
Seconded.
John?
John Sullivan in favor?
Danica Scanlon in favor?
Joe Kernahan in favor.
Brian Bowe in favor.
Andrew Durbin in favor.
Martha Moore in favor.
All right.
Great. Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Yeah, thank you all very much.
All right.
Is there anybody left on Zoom besides us?
I know we're down to 3 people. Carl, can you believe we
Carl is mute. Yeah, well,
All right.
still haven't met the guy in person, I should say.
So,
Chuck? Chuck, if I can just jump in for a second, there are a couple things you wanted me to remind you of,
Sure.
if it's okay. Signatures for a CR.
Yep.
Just let me,
Okay.
everybody has to sign these, so the people that didn't sign them tonight here, can you come into town hall on Monday and sign this? It's the conservation
Yes.
restriction for Arcadia Ave. I can even bring it to you on Monday, but let's, Monday, Tuesday, something. Well, Tuesday's the select board meeting, so I'd like to,
and that's what you're signing right now?
That's what I signed, and that this now has,
so that's what that was all
4
about.
signatures.
yes, this has all the in-person signatures.
And you have the
This
list.
goes to
May I have
him.
that?
Sure. This one I
And then
signed.
we have some orders of conditions and some other things that I
This
asked
should
to
be
be signed.
reunited with those, I
But I
think.
think I have at least 4, so no one has to worry about that.
Yeah, we all signed that big
But
stack.
if you would like to be part of all these, sign these too. They'll be available.
Hopefully we got them all back too.
Do you, Martha, do you have that list I gave you? Yeah, you do. Did we do all those things?
We just have to do the green meeting dates.
And Anika, what else?
There was another thing, it was, we have to do a vote, unless you've done it before I came, a vote for the offset of your salary.
We did that.
Okay, sorry I missed it. I just want to make sure we got that stuff. Thanks.
And we extended Strawberry Hill, so that's kind of the
And
floating things.
There were some certificate of compliance things, but can we put those off till next month? Or do we
No,
need to
it's
do
real-
those today?
You can just make a motion, does anyone have any objection to Randall Road?
We did do a site
Hearing none, we
visit.
can have just something like that, hearing none, we could have a.
That's an awful
The
lot of documents.
as-built plan did not have trees matching the trees. That was the only concern.
It was a subdivision, so that as long as the trees are, so if the trees come down, even if they're on somebody else's property, it can still go back to the order of conditions because that's for the subdivision. So if
When you
it
say
showed,
come down, what do you mean by come down? If the trees come down?
well, I'm wondering why, if the tree is on site, but not on the on the correct property, I'm thinking automatically you're wondering why.
Well, there were a bunch of river birches, and the list says white pines, flowering dogwood, red maple, and shrubs. And there were lots of shrubs, and there were, as far as I could tell, no flowering dogwoods and lots of river birches. So is that a big deal?
it sounds like it could be a big deal. We'd like to have those, so we could go back to the engineer and say that we want those located on the plan, and see what they say, and get back to the commission. So if you want to table that one, that's fine.
Okay.
How about the other one for?
102?
102.
Yeah.
Any
I
issues
went out
with
and
that?
looked. The only thing I was concerned about there was we had a row of arborvitae planted sort of at the back left side of the property. And I knew they were gonna be an issue when they put the fence in. And there's like 2 of them left and a bunch of them missing. And I just wanted to know what the homeowners did about those arborvitae. Did they move them, or did they just take them out and we have fewer shrubs? Because that was that whole, John was there when we were proposing that.
Okay.
That whole question was, did the builder put in enough trees? And we agreed to add 4 more shrubs along that back road.
It does sound like there's an issue with that one too, so we'll table that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's like.
I didn't know that before now, but, okay.
Sorry.
We said that. No, that's not a problem.
They, I was about to say, are those, because the arborvitae came up in discussion of the fence, I thought the plan was to move them inside the fence?
Right, but they're not there.
But they're not
just
there
gone.
yet, so, yes, so, I mean, I guess, yeah, best not to close out any of the conditions until, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's
Yep.
substantial stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that should be addressed. Okay, as I see it, the
Meeting
only.
schedule?
The schedule.
Right, meeting
Look at
schedule.
that.
Yeah, we have a meeting scheduled December 28th.
No, we won't be meeting December 28th.
Okay.
December 22nd? Do you mean?
No.
No.
Next year.
Yeah.
Next
that's-
year
oh,
on Chuck's green and white list here
I've got-
includes 2 in December and 2 in November.
So
We're only gonna
I got
do-
a doc titled Schedule 2022, but if I actually read the doc and ignore the title, it says Schedule for 2021. So I don't think I actually got the schedule for 2022.
I never read it online, I apologize, but I'm holding this piece of paper Chuck gave me. So
And we have to, I mean, I think.
we have to deal with the Jewish holiday on October 12th, but I wanted to start at the end and work backwards. Are we still only having 1 December meeting?
I think so, if
Good.
it's the 28th, yeah. And what
And
about
are
the
we
November
still
meeting?
only having 1 November meeting because 11/23 sounds like it would be the day before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, that's usually what happens to us, 1 and 1 in December and
Okay.
November.
All right, so then the question is, what do we do about October? Because I don't think we can go 3 months with a 1 meeting a month. We'll be up till midnight, which we were gonna be
Well,
tonight
is it
anyway.
possible to schedule an additional one in December and November, even though it's not on the usual cadence?
Yes.
I was
Yes,
gonna
we can.
suggest
Yes.
like October, we could do a week later or a week earlier. A week earlier would put us in conflict with Town Forest Committee, but I don't think that's critical.
So is it the 12th or the 26th? It's 26th?
12th is the one that's the Sukkot holiday. So
Okay,
we could do
we
it
can
on
do-
the 19th.
You do it on the 19th, but you can do it on the 11th or the, well, it's Columbus Day, you could do it on the 11th, you could do it on the 13th, you could do it.
Okay, so we could do a
17th,
different day of the
18th,
week.
19th.
Okay. I'd suggest go for the Tuesday of that week instead of the Wednesday. Is that not the Jewish holiday, or is that still the Jewish holiday?
I have no idea what week or month you were talking about, unfortunately.
October
because
12th.
Chucky emailed us the 2021 schedule.
Okay. Start with October 12th.
I don't have that.
You don't have that?
Nope.
I also don't have. I
can look over Martha's shoulder, but it's a little far for John and Anika, I'm afraid.
Okay. Well, the date that Chuck is concerned about is October 12th, 2022.
Yeah.
Which should be a conservation meeting. I cannot do October 13th, which is Thursday. But I could do October 11th, which is a Tuesday. Or I could do a week later and stick with a Wednesday, but that makes it hard for a group that wants to continue. They don't have any time to get anything back to us. So October 11th is Columbus Day, October 10th is Columbus
Right.
Day. October 12th is a Jewish holiday. I don't know whether October 11th would also be the Jewish holiday, but I don't think so.
No.
I'm trying to figure that out, actually.
Why don't we do like a first and fourth meeting in October?
Oh, we don't have to change both of them, right? Oh, you want to keep them 2 weeks apart? But then it messes up
If
the
we're
next
doing-
month. Yeah.
Well, I don't have the November, I don't have the schedule, so,
I think if we could put it on the Tuesday and have it before the Wednesday, that would be the easiest.
Sure, let's do it.
I don't, which is the Jewish holiday on in October?
Sukkot, S-U-K-K-O-T.
That's
It's
a week
on
long.
October
That's not
12th.
usually one, it's like Yom Kippur, that's just the one the week before, which is a bigger deal.
Yeah.
We're not in conflict with that.
Right. Ah, but if
Oh,
we
but you
tried to
can't
move
move
a
a
week
week
before, then
forward.
we'd be in trouble there, yeah. I think we're better moving to a Tuesday.
But Sukkot's a week long, I mean.
Oh, it's a
Tuesday,
week long?
Wednesday, no
Well,
different.
there's going to be a.
Oh.
And I don't think that's an issue though, I don't think.
Is town hall really telling us we can't meet the entire week of a week-long Jewish holiday?
Probably not.
This has never come up before.
Okay.
The Jewish holiday thing has, but the week thing has not. I mean, let's just go with is it the week? We can't do the Tuesday because it's a week-long holiday?
Sukkot is, but Yom Kippur, I'm just wondering if it's Yom Kippur that may have been in somebody's mind. That one you don't want to mess with.
Let's just approve it with the removing the one from November and December. I'll check on this, and if we have to make a change, we can do it in January.
Okay.
And when would we make a change to add a second in November, December, January?
It's probably not,
also?
I've never heard of this, that we take a week off.
Yeah.
So, and I know that there's some that you do have to be careful not to schedule anything on, and there's others that you don't have.
The schools only worry about Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
November and December to have a second meeting. So when are we going to decide that? Clearly not tonight, people are cooked.
I've got a proposal. November is
We
a
never have a
5-week.
second.
November is a 5-week month. So we could, in fact, meet on November 30th and have 2 meetings in November if we needed to.
I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be long. I wouldn't want to do it on November 30th.
Well, but I mean, so granted, I've only been through one November and December so far with this commission, but
Exactly.
I gotta say that taking a third of this meeting and a third of the last meeting away, I'd happily have given up another meeting in order to shorten both of these by a third.
But that makes it a lot of work for Chuck on Thanksgiving because,
Don't worry about that, but can we pick another date other than the 30th?
well, the 23rd is the day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
That's the date we're trying to avoid. So, do we have to do this schedule today? Can we put it off till next time, or is it gonna be the same problem?
Well, I want to accept it and put it on the website, but we can change these ones later.
Okay.
So let's just do one meeting in November and one meeting in December, and put this back on the agenda for like February,
Okay.
and then address those. And I'll send Joe the correct. I don't even know how that happened
Everybody?
because I was handed it, but
Send
it was.
send everybody.
I don't know how that happened.
Okay, so we're gonna
That's the right
keep
name.
through October,
The
2
file
meetings
is named
as
Schedule
scheduled,
2022.
right? We're gonna do the meeting on October 12th as scheduled because we've decided that trying to shift it around is not,
Necessary.
Yeah, I'm looking at
I'm
that.
going to check on it.
okay.
Okay, but yeah, I'm pretty
The
sure.
only changes we've accepted are, we're taking away 1123 and 1128, which we think is very appropriate.
12/28.
1228.
Yeah.
Which is like 11 only different.
All right. 1123 and 1228.
And Chuck, you did hear me say that the schools meet during Sukkot. So if the town policy is avoid Jewish holidays, they're not avoiding that one.
Yeah,
They're
so
avoiding
maybe-
Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. So I think we're safe.
All right. Didn't
Yeah.
it?
we still don't
Okay,
have-
can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor, raise your hands. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone.